1-855-ELOQUIT.
It's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Council.
How about this for a novel strategy? When the beloved local bookstore Serendipity Books in Chelsea, Michigan announced it was moving to a larger space, owner Michelle Toplin was faced with a logistical challenge: how to move 9,100 books and lots of boxes without closing for days. Toplin put out a call for volunteers, hoping some might lend a hand. Well, they did. Full-on movement, as NBC says, a human conveyor belt forming 2 lines and stretching 350 feet from the old store's stockroom around the corner into the new location.
And I had no idea how far we would get and if we would even make it that far. And so when I came down the steps of the old store and turned the corner, and I saw this line that we actually had to make into 2 lines because there were so many people. More
than 300 people showed up to help in less than 2 hours. Serendipity Books' entire inventory had been transferred by hand in alphabetical order, no less. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. Legacy G.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Rising tariff tensions.
The full impacts have yet to be fully felt.
Lights out.
An island-wide power outage in Puerto Rico.
Is there life on another planet?
This is a monumental discovery.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, President Trump says on social media this morning that Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. CBS's Nancy Cordes reports the swipe comes after Powell warned the Trump trade war will likely mean higher inflation and slower economic growth.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's tone was measured as he warned that President Trump's trade moves could take a rare toll.
The tariffs are larger than forecasters had expected, certainly larger than we expected.
Powell said the tariffs are likely to drive prices up, while at the same time causing growth to slow and unemployment to rise, a combination of factors known as stagflation. As Powell spoke in Chicago, U.S. stock markets started to sink, even as Trump insisted online that America is back thanks to his tariffs.
This is recklessness at another level.
California's governor announced Wednesday his state is suing Trump. Gavin Newsom claims industries there, from tech to agriculture, stand to lose billions from Trump's trade war with China, Canada, and Mexico. In response to the lawsuit, the White House said the trade deficit is a national emergency and vowed to tackle it using every tool.
A federal judge has found probable cause to hold members of the Trump administration in contempt for ignoring his order to stop several deportations flights to El Salvador. CBS's Scott McFarland.
1 month after deportation flights of foreign nationals to El Salvador, federal judge James Boasberg threatened a contempt investigation against the Trump administration, who he said deliberately flouted his orders to turn the planes around. The judge's order says the Trump administration tried to outrun the court and launch planes of deportees before he could issue an order to review the matter. Among those on the flights was Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who the administration acknowledges was deported by mistake from Maryland to El Salvador despite having protected status. The Supreme Court ruled the Trump administration should facilitate his return, but the Department of Justice says he won't be allowed back into the U.S.
He was a member of MS-13.
Reports say the IRS is said to be considering acting on the Trump threat to revoke Harvard University's tax-exempt status. CBS's Nikki Batiste says the school is now being pressured in other ways, too.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is giving the university until the end of the month to turn over detailed records of foreign student visa holders' quote, illegal and violent activities. If the school refuses, she says Harvard will lose its certification, allowing the enrollment of foreign students. Noem claims Harvard, quote, fuels a cesspool of extremist riots and threatens our national security.
There's been a call for a delay in a high-profile California resentencing hearing that is set for today.
Eric and Lyle Menendez will view the resentencing hearing from a prison in San Diego by video. Attorney Mark Garagos will ask for a sentence reduction on the grounds the pair have shown remorse and taken responsibility, at the same time pointing out the crime was a reaction to sexual abuse by their father, Jose Menendez, over a period of years. L.A. District Attorney Nathan Hochman will have prosecutors ready to counter, saying until the brothers admit their lies of self-defense and suborning and attempting to suborn perjury, they're not rehabilitated and pose an unreasonable risk of danger to public safety. Pete Demetrio for CBS News, Los Angeles.
CBS's Manuel Bajorquez is in Puerto Rico, where slowly the lights are coming back on after a massive blackout.
This is nothing new for Puerto Ricans. Ever since Hurricane Maria struck in September 2017, severely damaging the territory's already deteriorating energy infrastructure, intermittent power outages have become a fixture of life. We came across Miguel Duarte and his wife, who are relying on a candle for light. He is one of many frustrated by the constant power issues.
Do you think it's always going to be like this? Que siempre va a ser así? Que no lo arreglan, dice usted. No. They're not going to fix it. So. He says every day, same thing. No hope that it's going to get any better.
4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Changes at the Food and Drug Administration could alter and perhaps limit food inspections. CBS's Alexander Tin.
Multiple federal health officials tell CBS News that the Trump administration has asked FDA officials to begin drawing up plans to end routine food safety inspections, outsourcing their work to state and local authorities to conduct oversight. While the FDA already contracts with many states to conduct some routine food facility inspections, officials told us those are usually reserved for the lowest risk inspection targets, like warehouses.
The Trump administration plans to rewrite part of the Endangered Species Act that prohibits harming the habitats of threatened species. CBS's Tracy Wolf reports environmentalists fear that could spark logging, mining, and other developments that could lead to the extinction of some endangered species.
Environmental organizations will fight tooth and nail. They will take the administration to court to make sure that these rollbacks don't happen. But they did say that should Trump get his way, specifically with the Endangered Species Act, we could see very long-term permanent effects of these rollbacks.
3 men were killed in a boat collision during a major fishing tournament on a lake in northwest Alabama. The cause of yesterday's early morning crash is not clear. The final day of the event was called off. Signs of possible life far, far away from planet Earth.
I'm Vicki Barker in London on a watery exoplanet called K218b in the constellation Leo, 134 light years away. Cambridge University scientists say they've detected a chemical that's only produced by living organisms such as plankton.
If this turns out to be true, this would be one of the defining moments of modern astronomy.
Team leader Niku Marusudan now working to confirm the findings.
88-year-old Pope Francis was a no-show at the Holy Thursday Mass today at the Vatican. It's not clear if he'll take part in any events later in the day. The Vatican says his health has been improving since his long hospital stay. New York City's medical examiner says Michelle Trachtenberg died of complications from diabetes. The 39-year-old actor was found dead at her home in February. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A man who lives on the streets now has enough money to live wherever he wants.
An unhoused man has won $1 million jackpot on a lottery scratch-off game. He bought it from a liquor store in San Luis Obispo, California, where Wilson Saman is co-owner.
He couldn't believe he won that much money, and he's like, oh, finally I'm off the street. I was very happy for him. He deserved every penny of it. He's going to be up living off the street.
He says the man bought $25 worth of lotto scratchers, first winning $200, then coming back the next day, winning the Triple Red 777 game. Matt Piper, CBS News.
A young colossal squid has been captured on camera for the first time in the deep sea by a team of researchers steering a remotely operated submersible. The squid was found deep in the South Atlantic Ocean. It had a transparent body and thin arms. As adults, they become dark red or purple. That's the World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Someone has been hacking into crosswalk push buttons across Seattle. SDOT says they've been altered to play fake audio messages like this.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
That was posted on a video on Reddit. Crews have fixed walk signal messages in different locations and are continuing to fix more. If you find a crosswalk button that has been tampered with, you can call by reporting it at 206-684-ROAD or 7623. A former Sumner High School football coach found guilty of sexually abusing 8 players will be sentenced today. Back in January, a court found Jake Jackson guilty on 19 counts of sexual abuse. KIRO 7 TV spoke with Jackson Cummings, one of the victims, who is relieved justice was served.
It just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Feels like I can start to take one step at a time forward and start moving on with my life.
Jackson coached for the Sumner High School Spartans between 2016 and 2022. He is due in court in Pierce County at 9 a.m. Linwood police are trying to figure out, or rather find, the man who grabbed a 10-year-old boy by the wrist as he rode his bike near the Linwood Golf Course on Monday. Commander Joe Dickinson says they found about when the boy started trying, or rather, he says they found out about this when people started posting flyers in the area about someone trying to abduct children.
So we don't know if this was, someone upset about somebody riding bikes on the trail or what. So, but there definitely was. What's concerning is this gentleman reaching out and grabbing a kid.
He and the other 2 boys he was with were able to get away from the man. The suspect is described as Hispanic, about 45 to 50 years old, wearing a black puffy jacket, black jeans, and a sweatshirt. For now, police are investigating this as an assault. No one was hurt. Officials at SeaTac Airport are giving travelers a big heads up. Real ID and the need for enhanced driver's license is almost here. May 7th is the deadline, and as KIRO News Radio's James Lynch reports,
the TSA and SEA officials realize this deadline has come and gone several times, but this time it is happening, and airport officials are concerned about travelers that won't be ready. Here's TSA's Lori Dankers.
500,000 people are expected to come to the security checkpoint on May 7th and moving forward who are not ready for Real ID enforcement.
Dankers recommends taking a look at the TSA website for a list of alternative identification documents. At SeaTac International, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Tacoma police are looking for the man who they say showed up outside a state trooper's home with a gun and made threats. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
Police say on April 7th, the man went up to the door of a home where a Washington State Patrol vehicle was parked in the driveway. The home security camera recorded him waving what looked like a gun around and then flipping the camera off before walking out of frame. After that, a voice can be heard saying, "I want to see my face now." You can see this video on mynorthwest.com. If you recognize this guy, you're asked to reach out to Tacoma Pierce County Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The Point Designs Zoo and Aquarium is showing off some new additions, 8 baby meerkats. 4 of them were born in mid-March, then 4 more from a different mom earlier this month. The older ones are starting to explore their habitat in the Kids Zone area where guests can catch a glimpse of them. The younger 4 are still bonding with their mom behind the scenes. A group of meerkats is called a mob, and zookeepers say they are very social animals that spend a lot of time playing together. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic right now. Roads are looking good. Tacoma to Seattle about 23. Puyallup to Renton about 26 minutes right now. Renton to Bellevue about 18 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have mainly sunny skies today, a high of 66. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna breaks down why House Republicans are changing their tunes on judge injunctions during the Trump administration. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83, or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83, or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
83, or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
83, or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Republican lawmakers have been voicing their dissatisfaction with a number of court orders against the Trump administration being used to block Trump policies, calling those court orders unlawful, asking they be outlawed. Among the most vocal lawmakers is Republican Representative Jim Jordan. The interesting note, Jim Jordan and many other GOP lawmakers were in favor of similar court orders when they were being used against policies from the Biden administration.
Here with some analysis is former state attorney general and lifelong Republican Rob McKenna. Good morning, Rob. So you sent us this article from the LA Times, which looks at this trend among Republicans, and I'm imagining you're noticing some inconsistency here.
Just a little bit. When we were in the first Trump administration, or when we were in the Biden administration, Jim Jordan was perfectly happy with lawsuits that were brought to block Biden policies, such as a case brought by the Missouri Attorney General, which ultimately blocked the student debt relief program that Biden had implemented by executive order. Now Jordan is complaining when opponents of the Trump administration go to court and seek nationwide injunctions against his executive orders. So there is an inconsistency there. The other point that the LA Times column made, which is worth thinking about, is the idea of forum shopping, which is, finding a judge who you're pretty sure is going to rule your way by selecting a district to file your case in where there's only one judge or maybe only one or two judges, which increases your odds of getting the judge you want. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, has filed 29 lawsuits seeking to block, or did file 29 lawsuits seeking to block Biden administration actions. He didn't file them in Austin or Houston or Dallas. He filed them in Lubbock and Waco and Amarillo, where he had a very high chance, up to 100%, of drawing a judge appointed by President Trump during his first administration. Now, the other side, coming after Trump's policies, have done some forum shopping of their own, for sure. That there was criticism of a case being filed in the Northern District of California, which is definitely trending progressive. But they also file a lot of cases in the District of Columbia, where the odds of getting a judge appointed by Obama or Biden or Trump are, roughly the same.
How common is this judge shopping?
Oh, it's extremely common. You see it in private litigation all the time. There are parts of the country where people refer to the courts as judicial hellholes. So these are the defendants who are calling them that, because around St. Louis, in certain parts of Texas and elsewhere, you have very plaintiff-friendly judges. So it's been happening a lot for a long time there. It's more noticeable now, probably in the last 10 years, when it comes to lawsuits challenging the federal government. So, this has happened in part because both President Trump and President Biden appointed a large number of trial judges. President Trump appointed I think around 200 of them when he was in office the first time, and Biden appointed 201, something like that, a very large number in both cases, very similar numbers. So there appear to be more opportunities to pick a district to file your case in where you'll get the judge that you want. Fortunately, we have appellate courts, and that we've seen decision after decision by a single court or single judge district overturned by the appellate courts and the Supreme Court. So there are checks and balances here.
Rob, Sully here, just quickly. Am I just naive? Aren't judges supposed to be impartial?
They sure are, Sully. That's you're not crazy, man. That's right. We look for that, but judges do bring ideology to the bench, of a worldview, if you will, and therefore you can improve your chances of getting one ruling or another depending on who the judge is. That's why the appellate courts are so important, and it's why we have judicial process. What worries me is that, we're seeing more and more calls for impeachment of judges who issue rulings that people disagree with. You're hearing Speaker Mike Johnson talk about cutting off funding to certain district courts. They're really threatening the independence of the judiciary. So can there be judges who lean one way or the other? Absolutely. There's a judge in Amarillo, Texas, who in 2018 struck down the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, as unconstitutional many years after some of us took that act to court and got parts of it overturned and the rest of it upheld by the Supreme Court. This judge just went ahead and declared it unconstitutional anyway. The outcome, the Supreme Court unanimously struck down that district court ruling from Amarillo. So we really count on judges throughout the system, but attacking trial courts with impeachment and funding cuts and so forth is wrong. If you want to restrict their jurisdiction, pass a law in Congress. That is why we have a Congress. It's why they are the Article I branch of our government. It's the most important branch.
Former State Attorney General Rob McCann. Rob, thanks for joining us this morning. Have a great week.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have some chilly temperatures this morning in the low 40s, but we will warm up to the mid-60s today with lots of beautiful sunshine. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS Justice reporter Scott McFarland explains why the Trump administration is defying a judge's order to return a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio delivers the news you can trust.
State is facing a multi-billion-dollar deficit.
Government wants more of your money to build, quote-unquote, affordable housing.
We help you navigate the headlines, providing clarity and context to help you understand how today's events impact your life tomorrow.
The driver pulled out a gun. The officer opened fire, shooting at least one time.
The problem is worse in King County than any other part of the country.
Stay informed, stay connected with KIRO News Radio.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know that over the past 10 years, home values have increased the most during the first quarter of the year? So how much is your home worth right now? Check it out instantly at sellwithwest.com. Sure, there are other apps out there you can use, but most of them are national companies. If you want local expertise, someone who actually knows what's happening with the housing market in your neighborhood, there's no one more local than Wes Jones. If you're even thinking about making a move in 2025, go to sellwithwest.com, sellwithwest.com, and start by using their free home value calculator to see what your home is worth. It might be worth more than you think. You'll get so much more than just a number from Wes Jones. We're talking about recent sales in your neighborhood, the market temperature in your city, side-by-side comparisons of multiple online estimates. You can even calculate how much equity you have, and even a breakdown of how your home's value has changed over time. So here's what you have to do. Go to sellwithwest.com, type in your address, and bam, you'll have instant access to all of this and more. It's fast, easy, it's local. Sellwithwest.com, a better way to sell your home.
Enjoy your drive home with the John Curley Show.
Go talk to the customer and find out why they went for Donald Trump, and then why not satisfy that customer as opposed to just destroying the guy.
Weekday afternoons from 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio.
It's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
The preseason AC sale is on now at Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. This month only, keep your home cool and your wallet comfortable with 15% off. Plus, free financing on all air conditioners, heat pumps, and ductless systems. Trust the team voted best in the Pacific Northwest and call Bob's today for your free estimate. Hurry, the discount reduces to 10% off in May. Call Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning today.
Bob's Heating and Air Conditioning. Call Bob.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck
is a great way to enjoy it, but finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Fiber on decking is now available at Dunn Lumber, your deck headquarters.
With Amazon Business, smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on KIRO Newsradio, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO Newsradio, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has a blunt warning about President Trump's trade war. Powell says the tariffs will hurt the U.S. economy, bringing inflation higher and slower growth. CBS's Nancy Cordes reports from the White House.
U.S. stock markets started to sink. The S&P fell more than 2%. The Nasdaq fell 3%, even as Trump insisted online that America is back thanks to his tariffs.
This is recklessness at another level.
California's governor announced Wednesday his state is suing Trump. Gavin Newsom claims industries there, from tech to agriculture, stand to lose billions from Trump's trade war with China.
This morning on Truth Social, President Trump posted Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. The president has repeatedly called out on Powell for not cutting interest rates, blasting the chair for keeping the rates steady. Washington Democratic U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell says our state is feeling the effects of the president's tariffs. She held a press conference Wednesday at the Port of Seattle alongside business leaders, including the deputy director of the Washington State Wine Commission.
I want you to know that I helped get British Columbia to put more Washington wine on their shelves.
She and Republican Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley have introduced the Trade Review Act, which they say would return most of the control of tariffs over to Congress. The city of Seattle is dealing with a strange case of audio hacking. The Department of Transportation says someone tampered with pedestrian buttons across the city. Instead of the usual voice cues, the buttons played fake messages mocking taxes.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
A Reddit post shows at least 6 intersections were affected. City crews have corrected the messages and are now checking for others. They say these signals are vital for people with limited vision. They're working on ways to keep future messages from being tampered with. A 30-year-old man is behind bars accused of threatening 3 teenage girls with a knife. Seattle police say it happened yesterday morning at 6:15 near Alki Beach. They say the suspect approached a 16-year-old and 2 17-year-olds with a knife. Police say the man was yelling at them and making disturbing comments before the girls distanced themselves from the man and a witness intervened. No one was hurt. The suspect was booked into King County Jail for investigation of malicious harassment. Several armed robbery suspects brought a 1-year-old along for the ride. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports police performed a pit maneuver on the suspect's car, but had no idea a child was inside.
It is the last thing any officer wants to happen, Auburn Police spokesperson Colby Crossley tells me.
Obviously, at the time of the pit, we did not know that there was a 1-year-old in the car.
The robbery happened Tuesday at an Auburn grocery store. After a short pursuit, police say they arrested 4 suspects. They say nobody, including the young child, was injured. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh has been on a hot streak over the last week, and he took it to the next level in yesterday's win over the Cincinnati Reds, notching 2 home runs.
The 1-2 to Cal. Swung on, blasted left field. This is hit well. It is back. It is on its way, and it is gone.
The big dumper knocked it out of the park from both sides of the plate yesterday, a rare feat. Cal has now over 100 career home runs, the most ever by a Mariners catcher. M's won the game 5-3. They take on the Reds again in Cincinnati today at 9:40. That's this morning. Listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Federal Way to Seattle Seattle about 26 minutes. Issaquah to Seattle about 23. Redmond to Seattle about 28 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have some chilly temperatures to start off this morning in the low 40s, but it will be nice and beautiful today. Highs in the mid-60s. Lots of beautiful sunshine. Right now, it's about 42 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News. News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's now 7:36. A federal judge this week ordered the Trump administration to return a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador, a prison there. According to the judge, the president has yet to follow that order.
In fact, the judge now saying there's no evidence the administration is complying at all with the order. Joining us to break it down is CBS Justice correspondent Scott McFarland, who joins us live. Good morning, Scott. Bring us up to speed. Any indication the administration plans on complying with the order?
I think the administration is keen on stretching out this battle as long as it can be stretched out. This is viewed by some in the Trump administration as a political winner, something that they want to be talking about. And the judge has set a set of deadlines here, but one of which is not for another week, not until April 23rd. So there's more time to argue, more time to debate, more time to file things back and forth. Here's the bottom line. This judge here in Maryland, Judge Paula Sinas, has asked for daily updates on what's being done to get Kilmar Abrego Garcia back from that El Salvador prison. And in the meantime, she wants attorneys from the Department of Justice and the administration to cancel vacations and cancel their appointments and be all hands on deck until she gets the answer she wants. But the deadline for depositions from those attorneys to produce records for the judge isn't for another week.
What happens if she doesn't get what she wants?
Well, there is always the possibility, and the judge indicated this yesterday, of a contempt of court action against people who are part of this case, and that would be people with the Trump administration. It's not clear that's a very intimidating threat against the Trump administration because the basic expectation is if you're found in contempt of court, you can challenge that, extend things some more. And, at the end of that road, there may be a monetary fine that the U.S. government is very well equipped to pay for anybody on its payroll who is found in contempt of court. I'm not sure that's a very intimidating prospect right now. So I would expect them to stretch out this battle for many more days to come. And in the meantime, Abrego Garcia remains in that notorious prison in El Salvador.
Watching Attorney General Bondi, advisor Stephen Miller in the Oval Office the other day, they're basically portraying this as this is something, and this is what they're saying, that this is something the mainstream media is hyping up, and they're on the side of what they say is a gang member, even though there's no indication Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13.
In fact, the Attorney General said that again this morning. She had a news conference on an unrelated topic today. We were there, and she again made the claim that this is an MS-13 gang member. The White House press secretary again yesterday said this is an MS-13 gang member. What Abrego Garcia's attorneys have been arguing unequivocally is that evidence has not been demonstrated that he has a criminal record or is an MS-13 aligned member. In fact, they say that the allegations he's aligned with MS-13 were discredited years ago. But that doesn't change the fundamental political reality here, which is that the Trump administration believes it is and may in fact be winning politically by extending this debate, by making this a top story at a time of economic uncertainty, at a time that tariffs could be doing so much damage, at a time when the president's poll numbers may not be where they want them to be. This debate seems to be serving the administration politically, so I would expect them to take every opportunity to continue to fight it.
Just really quickly, this is a ruling from the Supreme Court upholding this ruling. When was the last time a president defied an order like this?
There's no record of a direct defiance of a Supreme Court order by a U.S. president, but the administration is making a different argument here. They're arguing that they have been complying with the Supreme Court order. They're viewing this more as an order of art than science. They interpret it as something that permits them to do what they're doing. All of that means this is on a fast track right back to the Supreme Court, likely for them to better her clarify what the expectation is here for the administration.
Scott McFarland from CBS News. Thanks for joining us live this morning, Scott.
Anytime.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear-out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
CBS News Brief. California Governor Gavin Newsom says new tariffs will cost his state billions, and he's filed a lawsuit contesting the president's executive authority. California's Republican Senator Tony Strickland.
The publicity stunt, they're going to explode in growth in the next 3 to 4 or 5 years.
CBS News has learned the White House has created new rules that could allow deportation of migrants and immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. Correspondent Camila Montoya Galvez.
We learned that there are right now 42 migrants held at Guantanamo Bay, and 32 of them, the majority of them, are considered to be low risk, meaning that they lack any serious criminal record.
British astrophysicists, including this one, say they've detected 2 gases associated with life on a watery planet 124 light years away.
This is one of the longest standing questions in the history of science. Are we alone? And what we may be seeing are the first signs of being able to answer that question.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we have some chilly temperatures this morning in the low 40s, but we will warm up to the mid-60s today with lots of beautiful sunshine right now. It's about 42 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, we learn about what Union Gospel Mission is doing to bring aid to those experiencing homelessness from the Director of Search and Rescue, Darren Caves. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your home is probably your biggest investment in your family's future, and giving your home the very best protection takes integrity. Hi, Spike O'Neill for Integrity Roofing and Construction. Local family-owned Integrity RC has been named Best Roofing and Construction Company year after year, and they're more than just a roofing company. Integrity offers fully integrated services for your entire home. They use only the best eco-friendly, sustainable products that last longer. No nonsense, complete transparency, and never any high-pressure sales. Integrity RC lives up to their name. Call today for a free estimate at 206-202-ROOF or visit integrityrc.com.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town starting April 25th, and you won't want to miss 2 great giveaways. City Connect Captain's Hat Friday the 25th and Moose Shoulder Plush Night Saturday the 26th. Plus, score value game seats as low as $10 April 29th and 30th. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything on deck.
This Easter, we invite you to share your egg-siding creations with us. Hartley Wilcox here. Submit your beautifully decorated Easter egg photos to our Wilcox Family Farms Facebook page and join the community in celebrating this joyous holiday. For over a century, our farm-fresh eggs have been a part of your cherished traditions. From our family to yours, we wish you a happy and colorful Easter filled with love, joy, and delicious Wilcox eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's Holy Week for Christians, and today is Maundy Thursday. This is the day that marks when Jesus washed his disciples' feet and shared the Last Supper.
Well, here in Seattle, that spirit of humility and service is alive on the streets. Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out again today. They bring food, blankets, maybe just as important, dignity and hope.
Darren Caves leads those teams. He's the director of outreach at Union Gospel Mission, and he joins us in studio. Thanks for being here today, Darren.
Thank you, Charlie.
What are your teams out doing today? This is kind of a special week for you.
It sure is. Yeah, this is today. Seattle Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out distributing Easter baskets, and they're filled with the essential items of hygiene, snacks, water, blankets, and a special note that invites them to our Easter dinner that's going to be on Sunday.
We have 14,000, give or take, people who live on the streets in Seattle. Many are dealing with addiction. A lot of people just have no place to go. So how do you balance that, the need for a hot meal and a blanket, but also that long-term work you do, which is getting people into recovery or housing? It starts with you.
That's right. Yeah. We just take it one by one. We're strategic in our approach, how we go throughout King County and be able to try to serve as many as we can. But at the same time, too, every person is unique. Every situation that they're in is somewhat complex, but our team goes out there and loves on them as much as they can and try to be able to offer the services that we have, and especially our addiction recovery program.
They go out there. This is not an easy job. They go out in the community. They meet these people. They remember their names. They listen to their stories and really get to understand how they ended up on the streets. Can you give us a particular story about how that connection can really make a difference?
Yeah, actually, I would say I would go back to one of our staff members, in all honesty. Josh is his name. He was out on the streets. We faithfully went out and served him, were able to connect with him, got him to our addiction recovery program. He went through the program, graduated, later on became a staff member. And that's just one story, right? And there's just countless. Fortunately, the good thing is that we have a 73% successful rate within our program. And that's just because of the approach that we take, being just consistent, being faithful out there, and being able to build those relationships with folks.
Did you say 73? That's impressive.
Yeah. And that's hard work through just really focusing on our case management approach and just building that trust with people. And just kudos to the entire mission and our team and being able to reach folks and where they're at.
We're speaking with Darren Caves from Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Yours is one of the few programs out there in Seattle that prioritizes getting people into addiction recovery instead of having a low barrier. Talk to me why you find that is more successful, to talk to somebody right off the bat about getting into rehab, getting into detox.
Yeah. It's, one thing, it's free for one, right? And far as we're right there with the folks, far as especially with some of the people that I have on my team also that have been through the program. They understand what it is to be able to live on the streets and to actively say yes. And so we believe strongly that you meet them where they're at, right? And through that wonderful relationship that we're faithfully out there building with them and trying to connect with them and learn their story, they eventually say yes because of the faithfulness that we've been out in all elements of all year long. And through our program, I think that's the aspect of it. It's yes, it is free. It's when we get them in the door, our team is just united to be able to help them in the individual steps that they need to take from legal, to obviously addiction, to family matters. I mean, the whole gamut. It's a real united family approach. At the same time, too, it's their success in being able to get them to a healthy life.
Yeah, you say eventually get them to a yes. You invest a lot of time in these people. What keeps you going? It's not easy work.
Yeah, it's the yeses, right? It really is. It's the yeses. It's that 73% that it just continues and keeps growing. And far as as we were off studio here talking about just the perspective of being out in the field, right? Mm-hmm. Once you're and this is where I would encourage folks to be able to come alongside and see us do this. And there's that opportunity to be a part of Seattle Union Gospel Mission and volunteer and come out with us in the van. You get to actually experience firsthand some of these people's stories and far as the need that is there. And there's a sense of there's a sense of need, and there's a sense of you get it. You the empathy just increases. And so far as my team in itself, they love these people. They're just our homeless neighbors, and they could be anybody out there that's living on the street and stuff. And so they know them by name, and it's a real personal approach.
So. Nobody, when they're growing up, says, I want to be homeless.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
One of the objections I hear placed in front of me is people saying there aren't enough rooms in rehab. There's not enough space for detox. People are stuck on the streets. Is that true?
There is the capacity is always an issue that is brought up, but in all honesty, in the miracles that we've seen and the people that accept it, we have room. We make that room. Obviously, we're always trying to increase where we can, but as far as bringing folks in, we make the room. Obviously, we're not a small organization, right? We both have a women's and a men's program, and I would say on a positive note, through the case management, speaking from my perspective of my team, we're able to get the people in when they need to.
Darren, I live in the city. I love this city. I love the people in the city. May I come along with you sometime?
Please. Yeah, I would love that. That'd be great. Yeah.
Darren Caves with Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Darren, thank you.
Thank you.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, we're off to a chilly start this morning with temperatures in the 40s, but this afternoon we will warm up to the mid-60s. And right now, it's about 43 in downtown Seattle. Coming up next, Seattle's Morning News with Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio doesn't just report the news. We help you make sense of it.
People in this area, they have us. We can keep this guy honest. That's our job.
New media is leaving the old guard behind. Yes.
We provide the analysis and context you need to stay ahead in these fast-paced times.
That man is still on the loose, and Everett police are searching for him.
Seattle Public Schools look to boost graduation rates by 10% over the next 5 years.
Stay tuned with KIRO News Radio, where you'll find out why.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
A lot of the audience can relate to and agree with both of our differing points of view.
Or they might think you're nuts, and that's fine too.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafi, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
G and Ursula on KIRO News Radio.
You're not going to be able to stop what's going to happen.
I hope he's successful.
9 to noon, streaming live on your smart speaker.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The president is suggesting he may fire the head of the Fed, Jerome Powell, for remarks about tariffs. Legal experts are weighing in.
Yesterday, Powell warned Trump's tariffs could lead to more inflation. This morning on Truth Social, Trump posted Powell's termination cannot come fast enough.
We are in uncharted territory.
James Sample is a professor of constitutional law at Hofstra Law School.
No president has ever fired the chair of the Federal Reserve.
Most scholars agree a president cannot fire a Fed chairman over policy disagreements. Trump has urged the Fed to cut interest rates, but it's waiting to see how the tariffs impact the economy. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Banking officials overseas have made a move to ease the impact of tariffs.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. The European Central Bank has just cut interest rates for the 6th time running, bringing its benchmark deposit rate down a quarter point to 2.25%. That's the lowest in more than 2 years, an attempt to buffer the Eurozone from the rising inflation and lower growth triggered by President Trump's tariffs.
Another top Defense Department official, the third this week, has been placed on administrative leave amid an investigation into possible information leaks. CBS News has learned Colin Carroll was escorted out of the building. CBS's Eleanor Watson at the Pentagon.
These three officials are not just any officials. It's worth noting that these officials are some of the closest to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's inner circle.
Utility officials in Puerto Rico say 41% of power has been restored after the entire island was plunged into darkness yesterday. That means more than half are still without. Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez is in San Juan.
Most major hospitals and businesses do have generators. A lot of people here simply do not. And officials are saying it could be another 48 hours before they have the power fully restored. They're looking at several factors as a possible cause here, including vegetation on a transmission line.
We're waiting to hear from a judge in Los Angeles on whether he'll grant prosecutors' request to delay this morning's resentencing hearing for Eric and Lyle Menendez. They've been serving life for their parents' 1989 murders. CBS's Carter Evans from L.A.
Now, the DA wants the judge to first review a recently completed risk assessment conducted by the parole board.
A top official in another popular spring break destination is telling young people to stay away. After this spring's gun violence and wild crowds in Panama City Beach, Florida, Police Chief Eusebio Talamantes has issued a warning.
You come here, you commit a crime, you're going to be held accountable.
Last year, Miami Beach announced spring breakers were no longer welcome there. Dow futures down 550, about 1.5%. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
6:03 on a Thursday morning. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're off to a really good start today as we work through the roads on this early Thursday morning. Have a few brake lights in the Auburn area, but it's not too bad. Up 167, we're running 35 to 38 minutes from Puyallup up to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue still only 15 minutes, so it's a really good day so far there. Olympia to Tacoma, no issues for you guys, 35 minutes, and then Federal Way to Seattle's running under 40. It's actually pretty decent. That's a great drive. Coming down from Snohomish County, enjoying a pretty good day as well to start. A little bit of braking on the Trestle westbound, but not too bad. And then Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, both are running right around 35 minutes. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farm Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging. For healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from Eastlake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
6:04 now. Tacoma police are looking for a man they say walked up to a state trooper's home and threatened to shoot the trooper.
All of it was captured by a home security camera. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here in the studio with more.
That video shows the suspect looked up at that camera. He then reached into the right pocket of his black puffy jacket, pulled out a gun, and then waved that gun at the camera. A couple of seconds later, he walked out of the frame and said this.
I want him to see my face now. You know what means right around those. You know what I'm saying?
So you can kind of make out that he said he wanted them to see his face now. If you want to see the video, we have the whole thing for you on mynorthwest.com. So this happened 10 days ago. The trooper's vehicle was parked in the driveway, so maybe that's why the suspect did what he did. Tacoma police either way are asking for help capturing this guy. Check out the video. If you recognize this person, you're asked to call Tacoma Pierce County Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. Pretty alarming, Charlie and Manda.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Appreciate it. It's 6:05. Linwood police trying to find the man who grabbed a 10-year-old boy by the wrist as he rode his bike near the Linwood Golf Course on Monday. Commander Joe Dickinson says they found out about this when people started posting flyers in the area about someone trying to abduct children.
So we don't know if this was, someone upset about somebody riding bikes on the trail or what. So, but there definitely was. What's concerning is this gentleman reaching out and grabbing a kid.
He and two other boys he was with were able to get away from the man. The suspect description is he on mynorthwest.com. For now, police are investigating this as an assault. No one was hurt.
Another heads up from SeaTac Airport. Real ID and the need for an enhanced driver's license almost here. May 7th is the deadline, and KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has the update.
The TSA and SEA officials realize this deadline has come and gone several times, but this time it is happening, and airport officials are concerned about travelers that won't be ready. Here's TSA's Lori Dankers.
500,000 people are expected to come to the security checkpoint on May 7th and moving forward who are not ready for Real ID enforcement.
Dankers recommends taking a look at the TSA website for a list of alternative identification documents. At SeaTac International, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:06.
For over 50 years, this is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Great to have you here with us. It's Thursday morning, Manda. You're
Yes.
off to a good start today?
Off to a great start.
Good.
Friday Eve, for heaven's sakes.
Looking forward to the weekend, too. Busy one in front of us. Easter plans. Yep, for sure. Coming up in this hour of the show, we have a checkpoint, Sully.
Yeah. Changes at SeaTac Airport this morning in the security lines and TSA lines. So,
by the way, Amanda, do you know Sully's not wearing a shirt today?
It's very camouflagey.
Oh, that's camo. Okay.
Yeah, nice. I really agree. Olive green really
it's kind of muted camo,
works
though.
in with the blue background.
Right.
Yeah,
we can't even tell you.
I should have worn my urban camo today, but yeah.
That does remind me. We have the YouTube feed of the show now every day, so
you can check out Sully's fashion every day.
KIRO News Radio
It's
on YouTube.
Pretty special. My fashion sense.
People will be inspired seeing you, Sully.
Whatever you can find at Costco and the outlet mall.
This hour is Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Also coming up, CBS's Alexander Tin will join the show to explain why the FDA may be ending food safety tests and what that could mean for the quality of food here in this country.
It's 6:08. Seattle may soon have more cameras to catch speeders. There are speed zone cameras outside 19 schools right now. There's a proposal to add 37 new cameras at 19 more schools and to spend more than $1 million to put up speed cameras outside school zones, too. Gordon Paddleford is the executive director of Seattle Neighborhood Greenways. He spoke to the City Council's Transportation Committee this week.
We've heard from communities of color that they both feel like they have been over-enforced and under-invested in when it comes to transportation safety. I think the department is starting to change that, which we're very grateful for, and that really needs to continue as a strong commitment from this body and from the city.
Speeders could get $145 tickets outside of school zones. Fines could double in school zones. Committee expected to vote on the proposal May 6.
Crosswalk buttons in Seattle are playing fake messages with a voice claiming to be Jeff Bezos. This was posted on Reddit.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
Well, no, it's not. One message warned people not to tax the rich. The city says 6 intersections were hit. Those messages are now fixed. Officials say the altered messages put blind and low-vision pedestrians at risk. They're now working on better security to stop this from happening again. I just saw this morning in the Times it also happened in California using the voices of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Had no idea those things could be hacked.
You can hack anything,
Yeah, I
can't you?
suppose so. Man accused of a deadly shooting outside a hookah lounge in Seattle's Rainier Beach neighborhood pleaded not guilty. King County prosecutor spokesman Casey McNerthy says Leonte Berry is charged with killing a security guard and another man 2 weeks ago outside the Capri Hookah Lounge in Seattle.
There's 2 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 count of unlawful firearm possession in the second degree.
Berry's court appearance comes less than a day after Seattle City Council unanimously passed that ordinance aimed at stopping gun violence at clubs and lounges that operate after hours. Berry is being held on $5 million bail.
There is a proposal to shift state sales tax money that could go to schools to pay for walkways, bike lanes, and mass transit. KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich says it's a case of financial musical chairs.
It's not a tax increase, but a reroute of sales taxes instead of gas tax money to better fund green transportation efforts, says its sponsor, Democratic Senator Marco Elias.
The transportation budget has long-term sustainability as we shift a portion of the state sales tax. This demonstrates the way that the people of Washington work.
Critics like Northwest Progressive Institute Director Andrew Villeneuve worry this kind of tax shuffling could hurt schools down the line.
So we're allocating future money that could be going to our schools, colleges, and universities and putting those dollars into transportation instead. Our team doesn't think that makes sense.
The sales tax switcheroo is in addition to proposals to increase the state gas tax by 6 or 9 cents a gallon. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
Meantime, Washington lawmakers have voted to end the cap on special education funding. The Washington State Standard says the House passed the Senate Bill 5263 this week. It means school districts will get full funding for every student who needs support. The plan adds $870 million over the next 4 years. It's being called an historic fix to an unfair system.
Well, how about the Mariners? Catcher Kyle Raleigh has been on a hot streak over the last week. He took it to the next level in yesterday's win over the Cincinnati Reds, notching 2 home runs.
The 1-2 to Cal. Swung on, blasted left field. This is hit well. It is back. It is on its way, and it is gone.
A big dumper knocked it out of the park from both sides of the plate yesterday. He now has 100 career home runs, the most ever by a Mariners catcher. And according to the Times, Raleigh in that game he became the second fastest player to reach the 100 homer milestone in Mariners history. Who did it in 471 games?
I shouldn't have read. I should not have read.
A-Rod.
A-Rod.
Yep.
We don't talk about him.
Sorry. Mariners won the game 5-3. They take on the Reds again in Cincinnati tonight. You can listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
A couple of us got text messages from a colleague last night saying, I might not need to change my mind. Maybe we need to ban the torpedo bat.
Yes, Cal Raleigh famously now in the last 6 games, I believe, has been using this torpedo bat technology.
It's working.
And it's working pretty well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right, it's 6:12. We check weather now. We call up Nick Allard at KIRO 7. This report brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Good morning, Nick.
We could talk about A-Rod as long as we talk about the games that we went to and threw Monopoly money at him, which did happen and was phenomenal, and I look forward to doing it again sometime.
I was at one of them, yeah.
I was, too. I think I was the Sunday game, so I think we were kind of out of Monopoly money at that point, but we still did it. This morning, we have beautiful weather. It is really, really nice out there. Just sunshine, calm conditions, and you're not really going to see much in the way of cloud cover at all today. So, yes, just a sunny day, and I expect it to stay warm in the mid to upper 60s, say about 66 today in Seattle, 68 in Tacoma and Olympia, and say about the low to mid 60s around Everett and into Snohomish County, so low 60s there. Now tomorrow even warmer, say low to mid 70s. Beautiful, beautiful weather. I do think you'll see some high clouds coming in late in the day. Now, that's okay, but it does lead to change for Saturday. Saturday looks like a mostly cloudy day, and there'll be some rain while you're sleeping. You'll wake up to maybe a few showers, and then there won't be much during the day, just a couple of showers here and there. But it will lead to a convergent zone Saturday night and into Sunday, and I think there will be a little bit of light rain in the convergent zone around Snohomish and King County to start Easter Sunday, and then it should be more like only a few showers here and there, but both days are going to be significantly colder, and you'll be in the upper 50s Saturday and mid 50s for Sunday. So just plan on having some rain. Your best bet for anything consistent, which won't be much in the first place, would be around, say, like King and Snohomish County, because that's where the convergence zone will be. But otherwise, it's not awful. It's pretty standard, maybe just a little bit cooler than normal, but that's all.
Nick, were you one of the guys at those A-Rod games when he went to the Rangers, not only throwing the Monopoly money, but you also had the sign that said "Pay Fraud"?
That would have meant that I tried and had effort in advance. No, I just showed up and was like, "Who wants this Monopoly money?" I'm like, "I do." And then I realized it was fake money. I was like, "Oh, okay, fine, I'll throw it."
Yeah, just throw it at A-Rod.
Yeah.
I'm sure he didn't
over it.
mind.
It's time to move on.
Is it time to move on?
No, it's not.
It's still real to me. Okay, Sully.
I know exactly what you're commenting on, but we're out of time and I have to move on.
Goodbye.
Talk to you later.
Goodbye.
Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And not too bad out there across the board. Little yellow on the map in our usual places. Travel time still pretty decent. Under 40 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, but we're starting to get close. Renton to Bellevue is still under 20, so that's good. That entire corridor looks pretty decent. Olympia to Tacoma is only 35 minutes, and Tacoma and Pierce County in general is looking pretty good. Then Federal Way to Seattle's about 40 minutes. 40 minutes as well from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. Brake lights 128, a little bit through Mount Lake Terrace and Canyon Park, a little bit coming through Marysville, but all in all, we're in pretty good shape. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton, the National Red Tag Sales event going on now through April 20th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today. Visit drhorton.com, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
All right, we will get to your checkpoint choke point here in just a minute, but first, KIRO News Radio morning editor Katrina Gashard is here with some local headlines.
A former Sumner High School coach found guilty of sexually abusing 8 players will be sentenced today. Back in January, a court found Jake Jackson guilty on 19 counts of sexual abuse. KIRO 7 TV spoke with Jackson Cummings, one of the victims, who says he's relieved justice was served.
It just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Feels like I can start to take one step at a time forward and start moving on with my life.
Jackson coached for the Sumner High School Spartans between 2016 and 2022. He is due in court in Pierce County at 9 this morning. 2 of the 3 people accused of a hate crime in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood will also appear in court today. The 24 and 19-year-olds will enter their pleas after they were accused of firing water pellets at people outside a LGBTQ bar last month. Charging documents say the 3 people circled the bar in a car and yelled anti-gay slurs at others nearby. The arraignment is set for 8:30 this morning, while the 17-year-old will appear in court next week.
Katrina, thank you. It's 6:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Solomon.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Let's go.
All right, we're calling it the checkpoint choke point because passengers are going to notice some new signs at the airport today, Sully.
Yep, now 6 security checkpoints at the airport. There used to be 5. Today, there are 6, though only 4 of them are in operation. We'll get to that in a minute. The renumbering is needed as the airport prepares to open a brand new checkpoint at the very south end of the terminal. The airport's Perry Cooper gave me a little bit of a visit yesterday and says you'll notice the new signs this morning.
Thursday morning, it's basically just a signage situation for folks. Nothing's changed from a checkpoint. You got your favorite one, still go to that space. It will probably be a new number than what you're used to.
The old baggage claim is gone near the International Arrivals Gate, and the new checkpoint has taken its place. This is the only security checkpoint now on the lower level of the main terminal.
We're going to be able to have 5 checkpoint lanes down here, whereas we only have 3 on the current checkpoint 1. And you can hear them already getting the last pieces of the song going in here. We're really excited for it.
SEA's Cooper says using the lower level to expand capacity is the only way to do it with such limited space at the airport.
It's one of those challenges that we have for our small footprint. We've talked about this for years, is we just don't have space to add another checkpoint on the same level that everybody else has here on the ticketing level like we're all used to, right? So what we had to do is find a creative way in which we can have another checkpoint, increase that capacity.
So this new checkpoint 1 will be the new checkpoint on the lower level. The numbers will go from south to north. So the current checkpoint, currently undergoing renovations at the north end near the Alaska terminal, that will be checkpoint 6, not 5 as it is today going forward. And again, that new signage went into today. Really doesn't have to, make a big deal yet until they go operational, and I'll tell you when that is in a minute. But what's really cool about this new checkpoint on the lower level is that it takes you underneath the main level of the terminal and then inside to that escalator kind of mezzanine where you can go down to the trains or go up to Terminal A.
So you'll come to a space after you go through the checkpoint, and you'll make a decision with help from our customer service, either to go down to the satellite trains and go to your gates from there, or go up specifically into the Concourse A area and the rest of the terminal.
Should take a bunch of passengers out of the main terminal, easing congestion all the way around. Now, this new southern checkpoint is expected to open in early June. The newly refurbished Checkpoint 6 on the north end should open before Thanksgiving. Cooper says that'll be a game changer for passengers.
We'll go from 28 lanes to 39 lanes overall once we get these all back up, with the new checkpoint on 6 on the far north end and the new one here on the far south end.
So that's 11 new security lanes added to the airport between now and Thanksgiving. By the way, how's the airport doing in getting people through TSA and through security? 94% of passengers made it through security in 30 minutes or less last year. That's up to 98% for the first 3 months of 2025. So adding those 11 extra lanes can only make things better, but they're trending in the right direction. Now, for the 2% that were stuck for an hour or whatever on those really heavy days, that doesn't make much of a help them out much. But overall, they seem to be doing okay moving people through.
Best kept secret at the airport is Spot Saver, by the way.
Without question. Without question. The best thing they have there.
You just sign up. You can do it up to a week ahead of time.
5 days. Yeah, 5 days ahead.
You don't need any of the TSA pre-check, anything like that. And my wife was commenting the other day because I don't have TSA pre-check. She flies a lot more than I do. She goes, wait a second, this line is actually faster than pre-check.
Yes, it is.
And it's free.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing about the pre-check or the TSA, the Spot Saver, is, in a way, giving away the store here. I always book it on the far south end of the terminal anyway, because most of people flying in and out of SEA are, on Alaska, so everyone kind of moves to that north end. We go to checkpoint 1, walk right in, and it's an extra walk, but we're in and out in like 15 minutes max. So Spot Saver is a really good system.
I'm a creature of habit, and baggage has always been on that lower floor. Where do you get your bags now?
Well, no, this is taking out that old international baggage claim one that no one was really using anymore.
Okay,
so if you go all the way to the south end where the airplanes are hanging above you and everything like that, that's where it is. So it really is just finding use for kind of what was a dead space now.
Gotcha.
So it's, finding ways to sneak things into the terminal to kind of help us get through. By the way, the big plan going forward, they don't have the money for this yet, is to get rid of the old Doug Fox parking space, which is north of the cell phone lot. Put a terminal there.
Oh. That'll be a 20-year project.
Yeah. To put a satellite one there that will have its own TSA, will have its own one-stop shop there for that terminal. Again, that's long range, but that's about the last thing they could possibly do in that kind of existing footprint. But think about that. You drive in on the thing, and there's a terminal on your left all of a sudden. Be kind of interesting.
I'm learning very quickly that you're not just the traffic guy. You have really good travel tips all around.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate it.
I do planes, trains, and automobiles and boats, whatever you need that's transportation related. But yeah, I have a lot of good hacks to get around the airport or any other place.
And you have this up on mynorthwest.com?
Oh, of course. And I put a little video up going up and down the escalators showing what the new checkpoint looks like.
Were you playing on the escalator?
Of course. People were looking at me. I was just going up and down and up and down.
There goes Sully again.
That's up at News Guy Sully. That's my X handle, but I'm sure they'll embed that in the video, but pictures and whatnot. So we'll see. And don't forget, as James Lynch had mentioned in our newscasts, Real ID.
Oh, that too.
May 7th. Can't talk about that enough. You better be ready.
Yep. All right. It is 6:23. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now, Sully.
As I switch off my SEA hat and put on my 97.3 KIRO FM hat. Looking really good on this Thursday morning. Just a little bit of braking here and there. If you look at Highway 18 and 167, there's the slowing there, but it doesn't extend past Emerald Downs. Still 20 minutes from Auburn to Renton, which is really good, and 40 all the way from the Puyallup area. Renton to Bellevue has picked up a little bit more action through the S-curves, but we're still 20 minutes or less to make that drive to Bellevue, which is also very good. Olympia to Tacoma, 35 minutes for you, and Federal Way to Seattle, a little over 40 minutes, maybe 42, depending on how you hit get the volume past the West Seattle Bridge. Coming down from the north end, just a little slowing, hesitation really by the main Marysville exit. Pretty good drive all the way down to Linwood. Then you start seeing a little bit more slowing. All in all, 42, 43 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, maybe a little bit less than that. The lake bridges are still in very good shape. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
It is a little bit chilly to start the day, but clear skies. It's a beautiful morning, 43 degrees right now. We're headed for a high of 66. If you missed it with Nick Allard a few minutes ago, now he's saying tomorrow could be low to mid 70s, depending on where you are. Showers return on Saturday. Again, it's 43 in Seattle right now.
Mixed bag on Wall Street. We'll have opening numbers coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW.
Good morning, I'm Heather Bosch.
Your best source for local news.
A minimum wage increase proposal is moving forward in unincorporated King County.
KIRO Newsradio.
Kia of Everett believes that when you're buying your new Kia, it should be simple, easy, and fun. So come in for our spring savings event. You'll get our best price first. Complimentary appraisals to get your highest trade-in value. With 3 complimentary oil changes and 2 complimentary tire rotations. The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Some restrictions apply. Visit KiaofEverett.com for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get 1 unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary and not guaranteed.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business.
For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years. 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:30. 2 suspects have been arrested for the kidnapping and attempted murder of a woman in Burien.
We get more details from KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard.
The King County Sheriff's Office says in late January, 3 men drove the 58-year-old around the state for several hours.
Kicking her, punching her, on top of, using a cordless power drill to drill her hand in order to get information from her.
Eventually, the men threw her over a retaining wall and shot her. She was found with multiple gunshot wounds on the side of I-90 in Kittitas County. Bail has been set at $1 million each for 2 suspects. The 3rd suspect has been identified. Katrina Gishard, KIRO News Radio.
Someone has been hacking into crosswalk push buttons in Seattle.
The Seattle Department of Transportation says they've been altered to play fake audio messages from Jeff Bezos. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here to explain.
Yeah, so normally when you go to a crosswalk and you hit the button, what do you hear? You hear like a really pleasant...
Wait.
Yeah, really pleasant voice, though.
All right, sure.
Well, at these crosswalks, this is the first thing you hear, or heard, I should say, because they've been wiped clean.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
So there were 6 crosswalks that were hacked in Seattle's Capitol Hill District and South Lake Union, right there on the Amazon campus, fittingly enough. Needless to say, these are fake recordings, AI generated. Here's some more.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
So the Seattle Department of Transportation is, though, taking this pretty seriously. They're pretty angry about it. They told GeekWire crosswalks play a critical role for people who are blind and have limited vision. They've also fixed the crosswalks, and they're now taking steps to beef up security to prevent hackers from doing this again. This also, though, happened recently in Silicon Valley, using fake voices from Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. We want to hear one of those? I think we do.
Of course.
Here's what fake Elon said in Palo Alto.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. They say money can't buy happiness, and okay, I guess that's true. God knows I've tried, but it can buy a Cybertruck, and that's pretty sick, right?
Pretty sick.
Pretty sick, right?
They sound so real. I mean, I think it's AI generated, but I think what they did was probably take words from different things they've said and put it all together.
Are you sure that's not the same guy?
I know, right? No word yet who did this. No one's taking credit, but certainly it's making the news today, and it's interesting.
Good for a chuckle, but it is pretty serious.
Yeah,
right?
It is serious.
It's 6:33 now. A former Sumner High School coach found guilty of sexually abusing 8 basketball players will be sentenced today. Back in January, a court found Jake Jackson guilty on 19 counts of sexual abuse. He coached for Sumner High School Spartans between 2016 and 2022. He is due in court court in Pierce County at 9 a.m.
And a man accused of robbing people he met through Facebook Marketplace is in jail. Fox 13 says Bellevue police arrested 20-year-old A Blessing McDaniel last month. He's accused of threatening sellers with a rifle and stealing their things. Police say he may have committed similar crimes in Edmonds and in Seattle. Bail is set at $210,000.
It's 6:33. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And all in all, we're in good shape. We're looking at commutes that are about normal or maybe a little lighter than. Got 45 minutes now, though, from Puyallup to Renton as we've added a few more customers in and out of the Auburn area and at the north end as you work your way into 405. Once you're into the S-curves, if you're in the groove working up to Bellevue, you've got about a 20-minute trip for you guys. Hasn't really heated up as of yet. The Olympia to Tacoma Drive, 35 minutes, and Federal Way to Seattle's running right around 45 minutes, so pretty normal there. Out of the north end, a little over 40 minutes now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. You have brake lights between the Everett Mall and the Alderwood Mall, and then certainly away from Linwood, but there's more yellow than red on the map, which is always a positive sign. The Lake Bridges are doing really well. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors, which is offering premium windows 25% more efficient than Energy Star ratings and reduce the outside noise by up to 50%. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
And our forecast this morning, the beautiful weather continues. Sunshine warming up to the upper 60s for today. Tomorrow, even warmer, possibly low to mid-70s, depending on where you are. Looks like the showers return on Saturday and Sunday, Easter Sunday. Cloudy with some light rain moving in later in the day, a high of only 55. Right now, sunshine at 43 in Seattle.
The opening bell brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds. The U.S.-China trade war starting to hit grocery store shelves. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin reports from the Asian Family Market in Bellevue, which sources most of its products from China.
Store manager Maddox Chung says the tariffs quickly changed things.
It's definitely within a week, our supplier notified us it's going to be 10% increase or 20% increase or 30%.
He says the store is taking on most of that increase.
We only adjust the prices a little bit for now. So some of the costs will pass on to customer, but we try to keep things affordable.
Chung tells us they will have to consider more increases if these tariffs stay in place.
Yesterday morning, Senator Maria Cantwell appeared alongside a half dozen local business owners who are feeling the impact of the Trump administration's tariff conflict. KIRO 7 TV was there when Cantwell talked about her new bill aimed at limiting the president's power to impose steep tariffs.
Congress needs to get back in the game of making sure that a policy so dramatic to affect so many businesses has to be approved and reviewed by Congress before it can fully take place.
If passed, the Trade Review Act of 2025 would be welcome news for the Washington Wine Commission, which projects a $12 million loss this year with the Canadian tariffs.
And these tariffs threaten bargain basement clothing prices. With that part of the story, here's CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
Low-budget fashionistas who favor cheap imports from China are checking their inventory.
This I bought twice, this pink here.
That shopper from Chicago posted the unopened contents of her closet to TikTok after President Trump announced an end to a trade loophole that will slap $100 tariffs on packages from Shein and Temu starting May 2nd. In response, the fast fashion retailer and the Chinese e-marketplace say they'll both raise prices a week from tomorrow. They're encouraging shoppers to buy now at today's rates. Some say they'll pass.
I thought I was going to be trying to save before the tariffs, but I don't even need to do no shopping. I need to go through this stuff first.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
It's Shein and Temu, right?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I had it right.
That's what my 14-year-old daughter says.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Yep. My 16-year-old daughter. Shein and Temu have already cut digital ad spending in the U.S. as a result.
Washington's jobless rate held steady last month at 4.4%, despite a round of high-profile federal government layoffs. Washington's Employment Security Department says those job cuts affected about 100 federal employees by mid-March. The state's unemployment rate slightly higher than the national average. It ticked up to 4.2% last month.
Ford reportedly warning its dealers they could see price increases in the summer. With that part of the story, here's auto industry reporter Jeff Gilbert.
The internal memo quoted by the Detroit News says the adjustments could be needed
if there's no tariff relief. For now, Ford is offering employee pricing for all discounts, but the memo warns that come June, tariffs on imported parts will add to costs that could be passed on to customers.
Now, trading's underway on Wall Street for the day. The Dow is down 478 points, 1.2%. S&P 500 is up 11. The Nasdaq is up 13.
Now a word from KIRO 7 TV, KIRO 7 News. Watch KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 only on KIRO 7 TV.
It's 6:38. Senate Democrats in Olympia just made a rule change that could get their tax proposals passed quicker.
KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich says Republicans are calling it inappropriate.
When a bill passes out of a committee, there's a 24-hour hold in case lawmakers change their mind. But with more than a dozen tax bills sitting in the queue and the end of session just days away, Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson says that delay needs to go.
What we realized this year is there's a potential gap for bills that are happening late in the session necessary to implement the budget.
Republican Senator Drew McEwen.
Why we're having this rule change is because there's a lot of tax bills that are being heard that could have been introduced sooner, and frankly, giving the public more time to hear that.
5 tax bills heard in committee Wednesday were introduced just the day before. Matt Markovich, KIRO News Radio.
Seattle is looking at more speed cameras inside and outside of school zones. The City Council's transportation group says it could help stop dangerous speeding. Some worry it's more about raising money than saving lives. Groups like Whose Streets, Our Streets say it hits BIPOC neighborhoods the hardest. Councilmember Rob Saka says the city must strike a careful balance. A vote is expected May 6th.
Take a hike. Actually, 2 hiking trails in Washington just made a national top 10 list. Fox 13 Seattle says Rattlesnake Ledge near North Bend and Skyline Loop near Mount Rainier rank 7th and 8th nationwide. List came from Edge Fall Protection user reviews and popularity scores. Both trails, known for beautiful views and strong hiker support, Utah claimed the top 3 spots.
Rattlesnake Ledge, you can't even debate that. It's gorgeous.
I've never been.
You need to go.
Okay.
Very nice. All right, Sully, where's your traffic hotspot?
It is northbound I-405 as you work your way through the Renton S-curves. We'll break it down for you next.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast. Fast water heater.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Attention community heroes. We have a mission to improve food security 1 hour at a time. G. Scott here. Please join me, Safeway and Albertsons, by participating in the Nourishing Neighbors Million Hour Volunteer Rally to improve food security by donating your time and skills. We have a set goal of 1 million volunteer hours by caring people like you. Support your local food banks by volunteering to host a food drive or fundraiser so they can better serve your community in need. Safeway and Albertsons have made it easy to learn how and where you can help at their website. On top of that, you could potentially win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your hunger relief agency of choice. To learn more, find volunteer opportunities, and log your hours, visit albertsons.com/volunteer. Just a bit of time by a lot of great people gets us closer to creating food secure communities 1 hour at a time. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
6:43, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Sully.
And for Thursday, we're not doing too badly out there. I think maybe a few people looked at the weather forecast and decided to play hooky today and probably tomorrow. And maybe, there still are some spring breaks headed out. So, we're kind of enjoying kind of the fruits of some vacation time, it looks like, in good weather. Because the rent and S-curves, while they are active, by the time you're up to sunset, is pretty good drive. So we're 25 minutes or less from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is about average, maybe a little under 25, 26 minutes out of Auburn, puts us under 50 all the way from the Puyallup area, so that's pretty good. We do have some brake lights now with some sun glare on eastbound 16 as you make your way past Cheney Stadium. Again, that's nothing unusual. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running 45 minutes, so that's pretty good. The Lake Bridges, no problem for you guys in either direction of either one. And coming down from the north end, you see some hesitation getting into Marysville, a little bit across the Trestle, a little bit on Highway 9 through Snohomish, 522 across the Snohomish River Bridge. But again, nothing really to write home about. And then Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue are under 45 minutes, which at this time, again, on a Thursday, is about 5 or 6 minutes faster than you might expect. This report brought to you by the Harnish Auto family. Over 40 years, the Harnish Auto family has built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. Find your next car at harnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
One of the great things about getting up at 2:30 in the morning, you don't have to play hooky. I get to come hang out with you guys and have some fun and then go enjoy the sunshine too.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Right? You get to work
I just keep telling myself
and
that.
then enjoy the sun.
So many great things about waking up at 2:30 in the morning.
How about sunshine and 66 for today?
Beautiful.
You get to be the bearer of good news. For tomorrow, low to mid-70s in the sunshine, and things will change Saturday morning. Look for a few showers to roll in. Right now, it's beautiful. Sunshine and 43.
It's 6:45. We head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A bout with cancer had Ann Wilson postponing concerts last year. Now the band Heart with leads Ann and sister Nancy Wilson are adding to this summer's lineup. The Seattle Times reports Heart will kick off a 14-date summer tour with a performance at the Gorge Amphitheater on August 8th. Ann says she's finished chemotherapy. The band began touring in February. And Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh has been on a hot streak over the last week, and he took it to the next level in yesterday's win over the Cincinnati Reds.
The 1-2 to Cal. Swung on, blasted left field. This is hit well. It is back. It is on its way, and it is gone.
He knocked it out of the park from both sides of the plate. Cal now has 100 career home runs, the most ever by a Mariners catcher. They take on the Reds again in Cincinnati this morning at 9:40. Listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, we find out about new proposals for inspecting food in the U.S. and how the FDA may approach it. That's coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using
using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
6:49. Thanks for joining us today. The Food and Drug Administration may soon end most inspections that ensure the nation's food supply is safe.
This is according to a report out of CBS News, and joining us now is CBS News correspondent Alexander Tin. So, Alex, is this part of the DOGE trimming federal spending?
Yeah, that's right. We first heard about this proposal actually in a draft budget that has been circulating in various forms around federal health officials for the past few days now. One of the changes they want to make is essentially ending the FDA's routine food safety inspections, effectively outsourcing that work to state and local health departments. To be clear, state and local health departments they're already contracted in some places to do very low-risk inspections. We're talking things like warehouses that are storing food. Of course, this would be very different. This would be outsourcing much more higher risk inspections to state and local health departments using contracts with the FDA.
FDA does not inspect all food sources, though. For example, fresh meat, that's USDA, and would that still be inspected by that organization?
That's right. So the USDA, totally separate. They are still going to be inspecting things like meat and poultry. What the FDA oversees is a lot of food processing, for example. So often when you hear about, outbreaks linked to cookies that were made in one state and distributed to a whole bunch of states, or produce, like people might recall those McDonald's quarter pounders that were linked to contaminated onions that were used in those quarter pounders distributed all over the country. Those are overseen by the FDA. The processing plants that cut those onions, the farms that grow the onions, all of that is inspected by the FDA's inspections right now. And of course, under this proposal would be outsourced to state and local health departments.
Can local health departments handle the extra workload?
Yeah, that's a complicated question. We've heard for a long time from some states, Washington State included, that, if they were given the appropriate resources by the federal government, they probably could take on and effectively inspect a lot of the producers that are operating within their jurisdictions. But of course, what you hear from advocacy groups and other states around the country is that they just don't have the resources in every part of the country to do these kinds of inspections at the local level. And of course, that also introduces a separate concern because, food that is made in one state often isn't only consumed in that state. The nature of our country is that it's distributed all around the country. And that was the whole reason the FDA is in the inspection business to begin with.
We're speaking with Alexander Tin from CBS News. RFK Jr. has been pretty busy lately. He's the Health and Human Services Secretary, so not only this news about the FDA and inspections, but he's talking about fluoride, removing that from public water supplies. He promises to announce the cause of autism later this year, doing a massive new study, apparently. What are experts, what are people in D.C. making of these changes that RFK Jr. has thus far been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, this is not a surprise to anybody. Anybody who's been following, Mr. Kennedy, both when he was campaigning on the campaign trail with now President Trump, these were the things that he was promising. He wanted to make a significant change, for example, to fluoride, as you mentioned. Well, that's technically regulated by the EPA. That's an agency that's not within the Department of Health and Human Services that he's in charge with. He is in charge of a lot of the agencies that are responsible for implementing water fluoridation. For example, we know at the CDC already, he has laid off the entire division of oral health. That's the part of the CDC that is responsible for producing studies, promoting water fluoridation, and supporting local health departments that are trying to figure out how to do water fluoridation. And on the other side, you mentioned that autism study, the timeline has shifted a little bit. He initially said he hoped to have answers by September. Now it's looking like it might not actually be available by September, as a lot of researchers have said. But, he's clearly made this a priority of his. And that's something that has frustrated a lot of researchers in this domain for a long time, who say, he's looking for simple answers that just aren't there.
This is how we know Alexander did his research, okay? He knows the difference between the FDA and the USDA, yes. And he also knows that the EPA oversees fluoride. Good stuff, Alexander. Thank you for coming so well prepared to Seattle's Morning News.
Sure. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks. It's 6:53. That's time to get back to Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are picking up a little bit more volume on 405 now, southbound, as you make your way not only out of Linwood, but south of Canyon Park down towards Beardsley. I'm looking to see if we have anything out of the ordinary there other than just weaving and merging. You need about 45 minutes to go from Everett into Bellevue, about 45 as well from Everett to Seattle. We do have brake lights right there at the Alderwood Mall before they thin out as you head down to Mount Lake Terrace. Still, overall, it's light out of Snohomish County today. Same with the I-5 corridor from Federal Way to Seattle. There's barely even any red by the West Seattle Bridge. I don't mean to jinx it because, of course, now something will happen. But it's the way it always happens. But anyway, it's only 45 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. That's a great drive. Our good friend G. Scott will make it into the office earlier than normal, which will give him plenty of time to talk about the whatever he's talking about. I'm not going to give it away. It's torpedo bats, right? Isn't that what we're talking about today? Looking at Renton to Bellevue, we're looking at about 25 minutes or less there, which is pretty good. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is under 45, which is a great travel time. No issues on the lake bridges. We do have some slowing getting up through Lacey and right next to that new work zone speed camera there through the Stillicum DuPont Road. And we also have some sun glare again this morning around the corner in Gorst. That's the reason why it's kind of slow there around the Sinclair Inlet. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Sully needs to provide a spoiler alert before giving away the topic that G is going to talk about.
I didn't tell you what he was going to say. It's not scripted. We have no idea what he's going to say. We like to guess, and most of the time we're wrong.
Yeah,
we're dead wrong.
Seriously have no idea what take he's going to have.
We know what 2019 G would say, but 2025 G's a different
He's on a different
animal.
level. Okay. Sunshine and warm today, upper 60s, perhaps low 70s. By tomorrow, Good Friday, Easter Sunday, looking like we might have a chance of showers. Not a washout, but we could have some wetness. It's 6:55.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today and ask about our trade-in sale. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The Dow is down more than 1% at the open as investors brace for possible fallout from President Trump's warning about Fed Chair Jerome Powell today and his assessment of Trump's tariffs. Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
This morning, he posted that Powell should have lowered interest rates a long time ago and that his termination cannot come fast enough.
Legal experts like constitutional law professor James Sample question whether the president can fire Powell.
No president in American history has ever tried to remove a member of the Federal Reserve's board, let alone the chairman.
They're making progress on power outages in Puerto Rico after electricity was knocked out to the entire island yesterday. Correspondent Manuel Bojorquez is in San Juan.
I am here to work out in the dark.
Puerto Rico went dark once again. The island-wide blackout led to gridlock on the roadways starting Wednesday afternoon when traffic lights shut off. By nightfall, some areas were pitch black as people drove through dimly lit streets and others dined in the darkness.
People slimming down with the help of Eli Lilly's popular weight loss injectable may be able to say so long to needles soon.
Lilly already makes the injectable weight loss drug Zepbound and Mounjaro.
Its new daily pill works similarly with similar results.
About 16 pounds by the end of the trial on average. Okay. After about 40 weeks.
CBS News medical contributor and editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News, Dr. Celine Gounder, says if future trials go well, the pill could become available next year.
Lilly has already stockpiled over 1 billion pills of this new pill in advance of the demand.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Eric and Lyle Menendez have been set to attend a resentencing hearing today at court in L.A. Whether that will happen is unclear after the district attorney made a last-minute request for a delay. Legal contributor Caroline Polisi.
Just last night, the district attorney's office asked to delay the sentencing because Gavin Newsom had asked the parole board actually to initiate a risk assessment of the brothers should he decide to grant them clemency.
They've been serving life for their parents' 1989 murders and claim they suffered years of sexual abuse. Easter pilgrims disappointed when an archpriest at St. Peter's Basilica presided over Holy Thursday Mass.
We were hoping to maybe have the experience with Pope Francis and whatnot, but, his health's priority, and it's still been an amazing experience.
The 88-year-old Pope is still recovering from double pneumonia. The Dow is down 440 points. NASDAQ up 61. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
And we're enjoying a pretty good drive on this Thursday. We've got sun glare in the usual suspect locations. That's causing a little bit of braking here and there. But overall, we've been doing a pretty good job just staying out of each other's way. And the heaviest drives are coming out of Snohomish County, especially away from Linwood on southbound I-5 and 405. For I-5, it's right there at the Alderwood Mall and then kind of thins out past the Edmonds exit at the Nile Golf Course. And then 405 through Canyon Park and Bothel's about normal. So 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, about 50 from Everett to Bellevue, which on most days is running 10 or 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So that's pretty good. This time of day, we're usually up over an hour. So enjoy it. The Valley Freeway has some brake lights in the usual places as well, but you get in and out of them faster. 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is running under a half an hour. So that's good as well. Federal Way to Seattle, 45 to 48 minutes, depending on how you hit the volume by the West Seattle Bridge. And today, it's not too bad. There's actually a little gap before you get up to I-90. Olympia to Tacoma is enjoying a pretty good day as well. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. At Kia of Everett, they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving one home. The best drive you'll ever make is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 7:04. Tacoma police are looking for a man they say walked up to a state trooper's home and threatened to shoot the trooper.
All of this was captured by a home security camera. And then KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
That video is pretty alarming. It shows the suspect looking up at that home camera. He reaches into the right pocket of his puffy Nike jacket, pulls out a gun, and waves it at the camera. A second later, he walks out of frame and he says this.
I want him to see my face now. You know what is right around your. You know what I'm saying?
You can kind of make out at the beginning of that. He says he wants them to see his face now. If you want to see the video, we have the whole thing up on mynorthwest.com right now. So this happened 10 days ago. The trooper's vehicle was parked in the driveway, so that could have been why the suspect did what he did. Either way, Tacoma police are asking for help finding this suspect. Check out the video. If you recognize him, you're asked to call Tacoma Pierce County Crime Stoppers. Their number, 1-800-222-TIPS.
And we'll have that information for you on mynorthwest.com. Thank you, Luke. As 3 10-year-old boys rode their bikes near the Linwood Golf Course on Monday, a man grabbed one of their wrists. Police Commander Joe Dickinson says this was reported as an attempted abduction, but for now, they're investigating it as an assault.
It's very concerning for someone to physically grab a hold of somebody, and so they were shaken up, but everyone's safe.
Suspect was last seen at the intersection of 73rd Avenue West and 202nd Street Southwest around 4:30 Monday afternoon.
Only about 20 days left before Real ID goes into effect. If you don't have the new enhanced driver's license, you may be turned away. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch has more.
The TSA says it expects 500,000 travelers nationwide won't be real ID ready by the May 7th deadline. You may still be allowed to travel, but you will be delayed at the security checkpoint and likely miss your flight. The TSA's Lori Dankers has a list of alternative acceptable IDs.
The U.S. passport or the passport card, active duty military credential, as well as credentials that are issued to military dependents.
Even if you're not planning to travel right away, Dankers recommends making an appointment with DOL now and get the enhanced ID. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:07.
Keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
So good to have you here with us. It's Thursday, April 17th
How
already.
did that happen?
More than halfway through the month. My goodness. Producer David Burbank joins us today as well. You went up to the Skagit tulip fields.
Yes.
How was it?
Goodness. It was beautiful. It was very windy. Like
busy?
One of the windier days, and it was really busy. I was expecting middle of the week. It's a Wednesday. It's not as nice as Friday is going to be. So I was expecting it to not be super busy.
Yeah.
It felt like Coachella out there. The massive parking lots of cars.
Did you have
pulling
earplugs for baby Gemma then? If it was
Well, yeah, honestly. But yeah, it was so beautiful. It was the perfect pristine day for it. So gorgeous out there. Any of the farms, there's like 5 farms that all have huge tulip fields, and you can't go wrong with any of them.
And if you were maybe watching the live feed of the show, during one of the breaks, you showed us a picture of baby Gemma.
And what
and
did
she
we
just,
all do?
Oh, yeah.
That was great.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks for showing us that, too. Well, coming up in this hour of the show, Darren Caves, the director of search and rescue at Union Gospel Mission, stops by to explain the work being done by the mission to those experiencing homelessness this Holy Week in Seattle.
Also coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna joins us once again to explain California's lawsuit against the Trump administration and why our state could follow suit.
It's 7:08. More speed zone cameras may be going up in Seattle. Right now, there are cameras outside 19 schools, and there's a proposal to put them outside 19 more and also put up other cameras in non-school zones. Councilmember Rob Saka chairs the city's Transportation Committee.
This technology is a vital tool among a broader set of tools in the toolkit that, when responsibly deployed, can help address unlawful behavior in and around our roads.
Some, including Saka, have raised fairness and privacy concerns. Tickets outside a school zone could cost you $145 up to $290 inside a school zone. The committee expected to vote on the proposal May 6.
Someone has been messing with crosswalk buttons around town. A Reddit video showed one spouting a fake message from Jeff Bezos.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
A Reddit post shows at least 6 intersections were affected in Seattle. City crews have corrected the messages. They're checking for others, and they say these signals are vital for people with limited vision. So they're working on ways now to keep future messages safe from tampering.
Armed robbery suspects brought a 1-year-old child along for a car chase. Auburn police spokesperson Colby Crossley says officers performed a pit maneuver on the suspect's car with the child inside.
Obviously, at the time of the pit, we did not know that there was a 1-year-old in the car. When the pit happened, they weren't moving at a very high rate of speed.
Robbery happened Tuesday at the Auburn Hagen on Lake Tapps Parkway. After a short pursuit, police say they arrested 4 suspects. They say nobody, including the young child, was injured.
A man is in jail after allegedly threatening 3 teenage girls near Alki Beach. Seattle police say the 30-year-old shouted and waved a knife about 6 o'clock in the morning. The girls got away. A witness stepped in. Officers later found the man and recovered that knife. He's now facing charges of malicious harassment.
Western Washington will be represented at the 2025 World Irish Dance Championships this week when a Gig Harbor teenager takes the floor. The Tacoma News Tribune captured the sound of 17-year-old Caden Shell's quick feet tapping the ground, his arms holding still at his side. The Gig Harbor teen received a near-perfect score in a qualifying round.
Being good at it makes me like it, and me liking it makes me try harder and get better.
The Bellarmine Prep High School senior will compete with his age group in Dublin on Friday.
I don't know if you did this on purpose, but when you said his arms still at his side, you mimicked it.
Okay, well, I tend to dance
That's
that
your
way.
version of Irish dancing. Huh?
Yeah. I'm known as the Lord of the Dance around here at
No, you're not.
KIRO News Radio.
You should do it during the break
Fun
for
fact.
the camera.
Oh.
So
Okay.
people could come watch it.
I'm doing it. It's not very good,
Not
though.
a jig.
No.
No.
All right.
Should we talk about Mariners?
Yes.
Yeah, heck of a week for Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh. The Big Dumper has 5 home runs in the last 5 games, including 2 in yesterday's victory against the Reds.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a fly ball deep into right field. Fraley going back, looking up, and goodbye baseball.
Goodbye. Cal now has 7 home runs on the season, 100 career dingers. His 2 homers yesterday were the difference in the game. The Mariners won 5-3. They take on the Reds again in Cincinnati today. First pitch 9:40 this morning on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports.
That seems early.
I love early morning
Me
baseball.
too. I can stay awake through them.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a quick look at the forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's going to be sunny and warm today and tomorrow. Nick Allard was telling us that it might be the low 70s.
I heard him say mid, possibly.
Okay. Nick wouldn't lie to us.
No.
Okay, it's going to be nice. Now, Saturday and Sunday, that is not quite as nice.
Too
Cloudy,
threatening.
drizzle. It's more typical April weather is what I'm saying. And you probably won't need an umbrella. The kids are going out Easter egg hunting. But just be aware of that on Sunday. And then we dry out again next week. So it's almost like real spring is here, like you were saying that yesterday.
It is. It's not fake spring anymore.
Right now in Seattle, we have mostly clear skies. It's 43 at 7:13.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we continue to see a few more customers every 10 minutes on our roads. So we're starting to look a little bit more normal coming out of the Snohomish County area, especially away from Linwood on 405. It's a bumper to bumper away from Canyon Park all the way down through 522. We've got about a 55-minute trip now from Everett into Bellevue, about 50 from Everett into Seattle. The brake lights there are right there, or a pad just south of the Linwood Transit Center, and a little bit more now by the Nile Golf Course, working your way into Shoreline. Northbound I-5, about 50 minutes now. There are some brake lights from about 272nd up towards the Kent Des Moines Road for the kind of peter out down towards SeaTac and Tukwila. Nice long gap to about the north end of Boeing Field. So about 30 minutes from South Center, so about average, or maybe a little lighter than. Renton to Bellevue still under a half an hour, which is great. Valley Freeway, though, getting closer to 50 minutes overall. There are some brake lights on eastbound 18 over Tiger Mountain, but they were better than they were yesterday at this point, getting down to I-90. Olympia to Tacoma, a couple of braking spots here and there, plus slowing through the work zone speed camera near the Stillicum DuPont Road, with TADE 2 of it being active. And we're also looking at heavy brake lights on westbound 512 approaching Steel Street. That appears to just be volume. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
7:14 now. We head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Today, the man accused of trying to kidnap a 16-year-old girl after she got off a bus in Bellevue will enter his plea in court. This happened late last month. This man tells KIRO 7 TV he saw what was happening and called police.
I see on the sidewalk, there's a guy on top, basically on top of her back, trying to grab her around the shoulders and stuff. And she flings him around a little bit and drops him. He rolls off her shoulders. And I think at that point is when he turned and ran into the bushes. I was able to just flip a U-turn and pull right up and just, yeah, that was my first question. Was that guy just attacking you? And she's like, yes.
30-year-old Marvin Lopez Perez is charged with attempted kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. A former Sumner High School coach found guilty of sexually abusing 8 players will be sentenced today. Back in January, a court found Jake Jackson guilty on 19 counts of sexual abuse. Jackson coached the Sumner High School Spartans between 2016 and 2022. He's due in court in Pierce County at 9 this morning.
It's 7:15.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's Holy Week for Christians, and today is Maundy Thursday. This is the day that marks when Jesus washed his disciples' feet and shared the Last Supper.
Well, here in Seattle, that spirit of humility and service is alive on the streets. Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out again today. They bring food, blankets, maybe just as important, dignity and hope.
Darren Caves leads those teams. He's the director of outreach at Union Gospel Mission, and he joins us in studio. Thanks for being here today, Darren.
Thank you, Charlie.
What are your teams out doing today? This is kind of a special week for you.
It sure is. Yeah, this is today. Seattle Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out distributing Easter baskets, and they're filled with the essential items of hygiene, snacks, water, blankets, and a special note that invites them to our Easter dinner that's going to be on Sunday.
We have 14,000, give or take, people who live on the streets in Seattle. Many are dealing with addiction. A lot of people just have no place to go. So how do you balance that, the need for a hot meal and a blanket, but also that long-term work you do, which is getting people into recovery or housing? It starts with you.
That's right. Yeah. We just take it one by one. We're strategic in our approach, how we go throughout King County and be able to try to serve as many as we can. But at the same time, too, every person is unique. Every situation that they're in is somewhat complex, but our team goes out there and loves on them as much as they can and try to be able to offer the services that we have, and especially our addiction recovery program.
They go out there. This is not an easy job. They go out in the community. They meet these people. They remember their names. They listen to their stories and really get to understand how they ended up on the streets. Can you give us a particular story about how that connection can really make a difference?
Yeah, actually, I would say I would go back to one of our staff members, in all honesty. Josh is his name. He was out on the streets. We faithfully went out and served him, were able to connect with him, got him to our addiction recovery program. He went through the program, graduated, later on, became a staff member. And that's just one story, right? And there's just countless. Fortunately, the good thing is that we have a 73% successful rate within our program, and that's just because of the approach that we take, being just consistent, being faithful out there, and being able to build those relationships with folks.
Did you say 73? That's impressive.
Yeah. And that's hard work through just really focusing on our case management approach and just building that trust with people. And just kudos to the entire mission and our team and being able to reach folks and where they're at.
We're speaking with Darren Caves from Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Yours is one of the few programs out there in Seattle that prioritizes getting people into addiction recovery instead of having a low barrier. Talk to me why you find that is more successful, to talk to somebody right off the bat about getting into rehab, getting into detox.
Yeah. It's, one thing, it's free for one, right? And far as we're right there with the folks, far as especially with some of the people that I have on my team also that have been through the program. They understand what it is to be able to live on the streets and to actively say yes. And so we believe strongly that you meet them where they're at, right? And through that wonderful relationship that we're faithfully out there building with them and trying to connect with them and learn their story, they eventually say yes because of the faithfulness that we've been out in all elements of all year long. And through our program, I think that's the aspect of it. It's yes, it is free. It's when we get them in the door, our team is just united to be able to help them in the individual steps that they need to take from legal, to obviously addiction, to family matters. I mean, the whole gamut. It's a real united family approach. At the same time, too, it's their success in being able to get them to a healthy life.
Yeah, you say eventually get them to a yes. You invest a lot of time in these people. What keeps you going? It's not easy work.
Yeah, it's the yeses, right? It really is. It's the yeses. It's that 73% that it just continually keeps growing. And far as as we were off studio here talking about just the perspective of being out in the field, right? Mm-hmm. Once you're and this is where I would encourage folks to be able to come alongside and see us do this. And there's that opportunity to be a part of Seattle Union Gospel Mission and volunteer and come out with us in the van. You get to actually experience firsthand some of these people's stories and far as the need that is there. And there's a sense of there's a sense of need, and there's a sense of just, you get it. You the empathy just increases. And so far as my team in itself, they love these people. They're just our homeless neighbors, and they could be anybody out there that's living on the street and stuff. And so they know them by name, and it's a real personal approach. So.
Nobody, when they're growing up, says, I want to be homeless.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
One of the objections I hear placed in front of me is people saying there aren't enough rooms in rehab. There's not enough space for detox. People are stuck on the streets. Is that true?
You know, there is, the capacity is always an issue that is brought up, but in all honesty, in the miracles that we've seen and the people that accept it, we have room. We make that room. Obviously, we're always trying to increase where we can, but as far as bringing folks in, we make the room. Obviously, we're not a small organization, right? We both have a women's and a men's program, and I would say, on a positive note, through the case management, speaking from my perspective of my team, we're able to get the people in when they need to.
Darren, I live in the city. I love this city. I love the people in the city. May I come along with you sometime?
Please. Yeah, I would love that. That'd be great. Yeah.
Darren Caves with Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Darren, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Manda, you are going to you're going to find out a lot when you go on one of those ride-alongs.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's really impactful, and they're always looking for volunteers.
Sure.
So people can go and do this outreach and really see what it's like firsthand.
Again, look forward to it.
Okay, UGM.org. It's 7:23. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now. Here's Sully.
Average to faster than average Thursday, which is great. Coming down from the north end is still our heaviest drive, especially away from Linwood. We have closer to hour drives now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, with 45 of those minutes away from Linwood. There are also just some slight hesitation in Marysville, a little bit on Highway 2 and 204 getting down to the east side of the trestle. The further west you go over to I-5, the better it gets. The lake bridges are still enjoying very good drives, though there is a little bit of eastbound slowing on 90 approaching 405, but nothing out of the ordinary. Northbound 5 itself does have brake lights by the Kent Des Moines Road through the construction zone, and then more now from the middle of Boeing Field. Probably 55 minutes to make that trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with a half an hour of that from the South Center area. Northbound I-5, Olympia to Tacoma, now probably about 40 minutes. We do have some brake lights getting through the construction zone past the Stillicum DuPont Road, but after that, it's not bad. Westbound 512 is struggling past Steel Street. That appears to just be volume. I haven't been able to find anything else there. Valley Freeway, under 50 minutes, but not by much from Puyallup to Renton, the heaviest spot there, right through the 167 and Highway 18 interchange in Auburn. Renton to Bellevue is getting closer to a half an hour now, so we're kind of getting a late arriving crowd on this Thursday, but overall, you should be winning today. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
I like winning. We're going to see sunshine, 66 for today. Tomorrow, even warmer, low to mid-70s, depending on where you are. And then things will change for the weekend. Saturday, look for some showers to roll in. Easter Sunday, light rain in the afternoon and a high of 55. 43 in the sunshine right now.
Headlines coming up, and Sully, you have a checkpoint, choke point.
Yeah, the numbers have changed at the security checkpoints today at the International Airport. We like to call SEA, so I'll break it down for you next.
I like to call it SeaTac.
I know you do.
It's 7:25.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
At the Harnish Auto family, people matter isn't just a saying, it's how they do business.
For over 40 years, their dealerships, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Volkswagen, Subaru of Puyallup, plus Chevrolet and Kia of Everett, have built a stellar reputation on trust, respect, and great deals. From supporting local charities to making sure every customer drives away happy, they're here for you. Stop by any of their dealerships or visit HarnishAutoFamily.com and find your next car today. Harnish Auto Family. People matter.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Hey, it's Dave Ross with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And remind us which joints you've had the best success with.
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures, so if you're in pain, join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had zero investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good Thursday morning. It's 7:30. Along with Manda, I'm Charlie, and now looking at the day's top stories. Someone has been hacking into crosswalk push buttons across Seattle. And SDOT says they've been altered to play fake audio messages from Jeff Bezos. KIRO News Radio's Luke Doozy is here with more. Luke?
Hey, so for the last couple of days, when you pushed the button at these crosswalks, this is what you heard.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
All 6 crosswalks were hacked, and they've now been fixed. They were in Seattle's Capitol Hill District in South Lake Union, right there on the Amazon campus. Needless to say, these are fake recordings, AI generated. Here's some more from Bezos. I should say fake Bezos.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
The Seattle Department of Transportation, though, is pretty angry about this. They're taking this really seriously. They told GeekWire crosswalks play a critical role, of course, for people who are blind and have limited vision. They're now taking steps to beef up security to prevent hackers from doing this again. But it did happen again in Silicon Valley recently, using fake voices from Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. About an hour ago, we played you fake Elon. Now we're going to play you fake Zuckerberg, or should I say the Zuck. You'll understand. Here's what he said in Palo Alto.
Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck. It's normal to feel uncomfortable or even violated as we forcefully insert AI into every facet of your conscious experience. And I just want to assure you, you don't need to worry because there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it.
Nothing yet. No word yet on who did this. No one's taking credit, but man, they really sound real.
Yeah, it's
Incredible.
just remarkable to me. Amanda was saying this earlier. Everything can be hacked, but it's just remarkable that I don't even know how they approach one of those things. Get the wires and yeah.
Hackers will always find a way.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll come up with a fix now, but hackers will do it again.
Wonder if it was there at the machines actually, or if it was remotely done. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the update, Luke. It's 7:32.
Real ID, just 3 weeks away now. And if you have a state-issued enhanced driver's license by May 7th, getting on a plane will, if you don't, that is, it'll be very difficult, if not impossible. The TSA, CTEC administrators, and staff from the Washington Department of Licensing held a news conference as a gentle reminder that the deadline is near. Lori Dankers with the TSA says don't panic.
Even if you can't get a real ID and enhanced driver's license by May 7th, don't let that deter you. Do it ahead of your next trip. Even if you don't have plans for that trip, now is the time to make that happen.
There are alternative acceptable forms of ID, like a passport. You can find a list on the TSA website. Do take this seriously.
Yeah.
Got a text from my best mom friend yesterday who said, I'm not going to be able to pick up my daughter at school because she was at the Department of Licensing office for 5.5 hours. So I had to step in and make sure her kid was okay because she was, after being in line that long, she wasn't going to leave.
Yeah, and in talking with the TSA, they have said we can deny you entry through the access security point. What's most likely going to happen is they're going to pull people away for additional screening, but
it's going to be a mess.
But 1% of the people go in the morning. Where is that 1,000 people going to queue up for additional screening, and how long will that take? This could be a big mess come May 7th.
Okay, well,
you've been warned.
We'll be watching. It's 7:34. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Before you have more airport talk with your choke point, let's take a look at the roads.
And we do have a disabled vehicle that's blocking a center lane on northbound I-5 near Center Drive. That's right at the beginnings of DuPont as you're working your way up out of the Nisqually Basin. That's why we're up to 45 minutes to go from Olympia into Tacoma. So plan on some big-time delays there. And don't get the idea that once you get past that to speed by it, because the work zone speed camera is probably about a half mile away to the north of you. So just be careful as you're getting back up to speed that you don't compound your delay with a fine. The rest of the map looks about normal for this time of day. We've got about a 55-minute trip now from Federal Way to Seattle, about 30 minutes out of South Center. That's actually a little bit faster than normal. Renton to Bellevue's at a half an hour. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is running just less than 50 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we're now working at an hour drive from Everett to Seattle and Everett to Bellevue. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often.
and only when it really has to.
$15 in the southbound express toll lane out of Linwood. It will save you 20 minutes. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe, and get fresh video content daily.
I saw that smile, Amanda.
It makes me chuckle. Sorry. All right, sunshine. That's what's making me smile. 66 our high for today. For tomorrow, Friday, as we wrap up the week and head into Easter weekend, 71, possibly a little warmer away from the water and the sunshine. And then for Saturday, we'll see some rain showers early on, 57. Easter Sunday, light rain by afternoon and a high of 55. It's 43 in Seattle right now.
It's 7:35.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
And passengers will notice new signs at SeaTac Airport today. All the security checkpoints are being renumbered.
What do we need to know, Sully?
Well, there are now 6 security checkpoints at the airport. Only 4 of them, though, are in operation. There used to be 5. They're in the process of adding the 6th one down on the lower level, which is pretty cool. The renumbering is needed because not only are they opening that brand new checkpoint on the south end, but then they're also redoing the one up at the north end. Perry Cooper at the airport tells me that you're going to see these new signs this morning, but that's about it.
Thursday morning, it's basically just a signage situation for folks. Nothing's changed from a checkpoint. You got your favorite one, still go to that space. It will probably be a new number than what you're used to.
Now, this security checkpoint is actually on the lower level where the old baggage claim number 1 near the International Arrivals Gate used to be. They got rid of that and have put this new checkpoint in its place.
We're going to be able to have 5 checkpoint lanes down here, whereas we only have 3 on the current checkpoint 1. And you can hear them already getting the last pieces of the song going in here. We're really excited for it.
SEA's Cooper says that using the lower level to expand capacity was really the only way to do it with such limited space.
It's one of those challenges that we have for our small footprint. We've talked about this for years, is we just don't have space to add another checkpoint on the same level that everybody else has here on the ticketing level like we're all used to, right? So what we had to do is find a creative way in which we can have another checkpoint, increase that capacity.
So the new checkpoint 1 will be the new checkpoint on the lower level. Then the numbers will go from south to north numerically. So the current checkpoint at the far north end, which is part of that renovations, it's closed right now, will eventually become checkpoint number 6, not 5, which it used to be. And what's cool about this new checkpoint, because you're down on the lower level, is it takes you underneath the main level and you pop out right there past all the screening and stuff in that kind of mezzanine level where you go down to get to the trains. Whether you go down to take the trains through other gates, you can make that decision, or then go back upstairs to get into Concourse A.
So you'll come to a space after you go through the checkpoint and you'll make a decision with help from our customer service, either to go down to the satellite trains and go to your gates from there, or go up specifically into the Concourse A area and the rest of the terminal.
It should take a bunch of passengers out of the main terminal, easing congestion all the way around. That new southern checkpoint expected to open in early June. The newly refurbished checkpoint 6 on the north end should open before Thanksgiving. That means they're adding 11 new security lanes by the end of the year.
We'll go from 28 lanes to 39 lanes overall once we get these all back up, with the new checkpoint on 6 in the far north end and the new one here on the far south end.
And so how is the airport doing in getting people through the checkpoints that they do have now? 94% of passengers make it through security in 30 minutes or less. That's the stat from last year. That's up to 98% so far in the first 3 months of 2025. Then adding new lanes will only help capacity. But of course, there will be those times where your spring break, day before Thanksgiving, day before, where you're going to be stuck for much, much longer than that. But overall, they seem to be doing okay. We'll see how Real ID plays into that here coming up in 3 weeks.
My question for you is, if I have checked luggage,
yes,
that will still only be on that main concourse level?
That is true. So you can check your stuff there, but say you're in the, one of the airlines that's in the middle, maybe not up by, why just go in there at 2 or 3? An option would be to go to further south and probably get in faster, even though you may be going to a different terminal. You may get through security faster by going further south because, international flights come come in pretty irregularly, but in little pockets. So that might be kind of the hack. It is for me. Whenever we use Spot Saver at the airport, we always use the furthest south one and just enjoy a walk through the terminal because it's always faster.
So, I mean, a couple things you're going to need to know about going to the airport in the coming months is A, you got to have your real ID.
Yep.
And B, there's new options for you to walk through.
Plus, they also have reserved parking on the 4th floor in the parking garage, which you can go on the website and schedule that and do that. So, yeah, plus the new things are opening up. All the four-story tower in the middle of the concourse is going up with all those new options, plus a great viewing area for plane watching. There's a lot going on there.
You need Bill Gates money to go through that reserved parking. Come on, man. Come on.
Again, use the Matt Markovich escape that we talked about before, which is just pick people up across International Boulevard where the light rail walkway is. That's the best hack of them all.
That's Charlie Harger money we're talking about.
Thanks for the tips.
What's coming up in traffic?
We're going to talk about the stalled vehicle we have on northbound I-5 into DuPont, which is really slowing us down.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. Donate your time to local food banks or host a food drive. You can win groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
743 over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Sully.
And we continue to work with this stalled vehicle near Center Drive at the beginning of DuPont in the center lane. We've got a 5.5-mile backup almost all the way back into Lacey at Marvin Road. So plan on big-time delays there. It's about 50 minutes now to go from Olympia to Tacoma. That's a 15-minute delay. And then you have a pretty good drive after that. But again, watch your speed as you're pulling away from that backup because the speed zone, work zone camera is right there. So you don't want to get nabbed doing that. And then Tacoma to Federal Way is not too bad, and Federal Way to Seattle's running right about an hour. 35 of those minutes are from South Center. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, those S-curves have started to heat up now. 35 minutes on the drive. Behind that, certainly 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 from Puyallup. The Lake Bridges are still enjoying a pretty good day, so that's good. Let's try to keep that up. Westbound 2 and 204 out of Lake Stevens are really heavy across down towards the Trestle. Looking to see if we might have something in the middle of EB Island. Haven't found it as of yet, but I'm still hunting. Coming down I-5 or 405, you got hour drives now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. So whatever break we were getting earlier in the morning, we've lost it now. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Kia of Everett, they make the process of buying a new Kia as exciting as it is driving one home. The best drive you'll ever make to Kia of Everett is best drive you'll ever make is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
Sunshine and 66 for today. Beautiful day on tap. And then tomorrow we're going to warm up even more. Mostly sunny into the low, possibly mid-70s, depending on where you are. Look for some showers to roll in early on Saturday, and then Easter Sunday showers in the afternoon. Much cooler for the weekend, 55 on Sunday.
7:45, we check in now with Katrina Deschard at the news desk.
A fire is now out at an apartment in downtown Seattle. Seattle Fire says the flames broke out inside the apartment on the 6th floor. Right now, crews are working on ventilation. No one was injured. The cause is under investigation. The U.S. Coast Guard is searching for a boat with 3 people on board. The Coast Guard says they left Nia Bay yesterday morning and were expected to return sometime last night. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. And 2 of the 3 people accused of a hate crime in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood will appear in court today. The 24 and 19-year-olds will enter their pleas after they were accused of firing water pellets at people outside an LGBTQ bar last month. The arraignment hearing is set for 8:30 this morning, while the 17-year-old will appear in court next week.
Thanks, Katrina. Coming up, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna joins us again this week, this time talking about California's lawsuit against the Trump administration, what ramifications that might have for us here in Washington. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com, and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and save.
Dayandnight.net.
Save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
It's 7:49 on your Thursday morning. Thanks for being being along with us this morning. Fair to say many state leaders are upset with President Trump over his tariffs. Now California Governor Gavin Newsom is filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration for these global levies.
Here with a little analysis is former State Attorney General Rob McKenna. Good morning, Rob. So what is different about this lawsuit? It's coming from the governor, it sounds like.
Yeah, it makes it different. And
It's a unique challenge to the president's power to impose tariffs under a federal statute called the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, or IEPA, which was enacted by Congress in 1977 and is the basis for example, imposing sanctions on Russia for invading Ukraine, imposing sanctions on Iran for its nuclear program. But never in its 50-year history has IEPA been used to impose tariffs. And that's what this lawsuit is about.
What is California's argument?
The argument is straightforward. It's that IEPA does not empower the president to establish tariffs. Tariffs are taxes, right? And they've been around since the 1700s. The House of Representatives has granted authority to levy taxes, including tariffs. Now, the argument here by the president is that the president can also impose tariffs for national security reasons, but that hasn't been done before. The tariffs on steel and aluminum that the Trump administration, imposed during Trump's first term, those were tariffs that were specifically authorized by laws passed by Congress. Those laws allowed the president to impose tariffs for national security reasons. But the state of California is coming in and arguing that there's no national security reason to impose a universal 10% tariff on pretty much all imported goods.
But this is a state asking instead of, the national government. What is California wanting to get out of this?
They want to overturn these tariffs that the president has enacted using a declaration of emergency. So, this is going to be a challenge for the state of California because courts are usually deferential to presidential emergency designations and, certain executive branch decisions on foreign policy. They'll often conclude, in the courts that such matters present, quote, political questions that courts can't answer. But here the question is pretty straightforward. Does IEPA authorize tariffs or not? The word tariff does not appear in that statute at all.
Would you expect other states, like Washington, Governor Ferguson, to file a similar suit?
It's possible. If that were to happen, I would expect the other suits to be consolidated with California's suit. California brought its lawsuit in the Northern District of California in federal court there. I think that if Governor Ferguson, Attorney General Brown filed a similar lawsuit in the Western District of Washington, then it would be consolidated with the California action.
Rob, this is a total political nerd question, but in California, it's Newsom filing this, and it's not the Attorney General. How does that work? Is their government set up the same as ours, or is this just him making a show of it, and it's actually the California Attorney General doing it?
The governor of California has requested this lawsuit, and it's being filed by plaintiff state of California, quote, by and through Attorney General Rob Bonta. So he is the lawyer for the state, and he's the chief law officer in the state of California, as is the Attorney General of Washington State here. Gavin Newsom is one of the named plaintiffs, but the lawyer is the Attorney General.
Okay. I told you it was a nerdy question. I make no apologies.
Not shots coming from
I wasn't sure if your reference to a political nerd was talking about yourself or about me. But,
could have been me too, but...
Well, former State Attorney General Rob McKenna, thanks for hopping on the line with us. This is one of those ongoing issues that we are in unusual times, and you're able to give us a little perspective, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks.
7:53. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Nerds!
Well, you're the traffic nerd, so there you go.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Pot meat kettle. Looking at the drive on northbound I-5 as you make your way from Lacey up through DuPont, this disabled truck has finally been pushed out of the way, so all lanes have reopened right at Center Drive, but we got a 6-mile backup behind it. It's getting closer to 55 minutes to make that trip from Olympia to Tacoma, at least a 20-minute delay over what you might have expected. And then once you're through that, it's a pretty good drive the rest of the way on up into Tacoma. Most of Pierce County's in pretty good shape. There is some slowing westbound on 512 approaching I-5, nothing unusual. Little sun glare and volume on eastbound 16 passing the Cheney Stadium area. And then Federal Way to Seattle's running about an hour and 5 minutes. 40 of those minutes, though, are from South Center. Those last couple of miles are rough. 40 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, and definitely 30 out of the Auburn area. Coming down from the north end, it's an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. I-5 has some brake lights through the U District as well. The Lake Bridges are hanging in there. 18 starting to slow down a little bit over Tiger Mountain, but it's manageable. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Sunny and highs in the 60s today, maybe even low to mid-70s tomorrow. Good Friday. Light rain does move in early Saturday, and for Easter will be cooler with isolated showers, but outdoor events still on the docket for you. It's going to be just kind of cooler than it is right now. But I was looking at the long-range forecast. Next week, next Wednesday, sunny and 63.
We'll take it.
So a nice stretch of weather in front of us. Right now in Seattle, it's sunny and 49 at 7:55. CBS News is coming up. This is KIRO News Radio.
State officials say there's a $12 billion hole in the budget, and fixing it is an emergency. But just a few years ago, the state had a budget surplus just as large. And only a few months ago, state government added billions more in spending. Tax collections are at record high. Some state officials say tax revenues are below average. Not quite adding up. To see the numbers for yourself and learn more about the state budget, visit budgetbreakdown.org. That's budgetbreakdown.org.
Hi, this is Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Are you ready to enhance your home with stunning, energy-efficient windows and doors? At Pella, we offer top-quality products with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. And right now, we're offering an amazing deal. Enjoy 12 months with no interest and no payments, or get 40% off qualifying installs. My team is dedicated to helping you every step of the way. Visit PellaPNW.com to schedule your free appointment today. That's PellaPNW.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
She and Ursula, weekdays from 9 to noon on KIRO News Radio.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at proscope.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's proscope.com.
Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $6,000 in rebates, plus save 10% on heat pumps through April. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A day after Fed Chairman Jerome Powell raised economic concerns about the Trump tariff plan, the president said Powell's termination cannot come fast enough. CBS's Natalie Brand.
Powell has been asked about this himself and said no, that the president does not have the legal authority to terminate, to fire, or to remove him except for cause. Although we know and we've seen President Trump, the Trump administration, trying to exert more power over independent agencies, the Fed being one of them. But note in an executive order that the president earlier signed trying to do just that, the Federal Reserve, specifically its monetary policy, was exempt from that executive order.
Well, CBS's Nancy Cordes tells us about one state's lawsuit over the tariffs.
What California is going to be arguing is that these tariffs are unconstitutional, that the justification that the president gave for imposing them, which is that there is a national emergency, is a fallacy, and that they believe Congress should have stepped in to stop this.
The Trump administration's escalated its battle with Harvard, threatening to revoke the university's ability to host international students. Now to Puerto Rico, CBS's Manuel Bojorquez in San Juan has the latest on the efforts to get the power back on after an island-wide blackout.
There are still generators going off in this part of San Juan because power has not been fully restored. At last check, even though crews are making progress, they report that 47% of customers here on the island do have service restored. That means slightly more than half still do not. And we're approaching the hottest part of the day. So even though hotels and big businesses and hospitals have generators going right now, you'd imagine a lot of people are sitting at home right now still without their power restored.
A new study shows promising results for a weight loss pill. Eli Lilly says if approved, it could be an alternative to injectable drugs like Ozempic. Medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
With the injectables, you're talking about if you're paying out of pocket over $1,000 a month. Now, pills are much cheaper to manufacture. When you're talking about something that's injectable, it needs to be sterile, it needs to be refrigerated. Lilly has already stockpiled over 1 billion pills of this new pill in advance of the demand.
In the Texas House of Representatives, a moment of levity broke the tension.
He got one.
A gavel detached from its handle and the glass surface of the speaker's desk shattered. Lawmakers later okayed a bill creating a private school voucher program. Checking Wall Street's, right now the Dow is down 626 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Scary moments outside a state trooper's home. We will get the details from Luke Ducey after we check in with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
We're working with a 15 to 20-minute delay now on northbound I-5, trying to get from Lacey up through DuPont and then on up into Tacoma. For a long time, we had a disabled truck right before the Center Drive area in DuPont. It's out of the way, but the backup is sizable. You're going to need about 50 minutes to go from Olympia into Tacoma. Then you're going to go Federal Way to Seattle of about 55 minutes. So brake lights in the usual suspect places there, but primarily away from the South Center area. The Valley Freeway, 50 minutes from end to end, and 45 now from Renton up to Bellevue. Those the brake lights through the S-curves are pretty unrelenting till you get up to about 44th. The Lake bridges are still holding their own, which is great. You got about a 55-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, an hour from Everett into Bellevue. So kind of garden variety days coming out of the north end. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing for all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs. Stop freaking and call Beacon.
It's 8:04. Seattle's morning news for Thursday, April 17th, 2025, along with Manda Factor. I'm Charlie Harger.
Tacoma police are looking for a man they say walked up to a state trooper's home and threatened to shoot the trooper.
And all of it was captured by a home security camera. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Yeah,
Luke?
the video of this, Charlie, is alarming. It shows the suspect looking up at the home camera. He reaches into the right pocket of his puffy Nike jacket, pulls out a gun, and waves it at the camera. A second later, he walks out of frame and says this.
I want him to see my face now. You know what is right around the.
You can kind of make it out. The man said at the very beginning there he wanted them to see his face. If you want to see the video, we have the whole thing up on mynorthwest.com. We have a photo as well of this suspect. This happened 10 days ago. The trooper's patrol vehicle was parked in the driveway. Perhaps that's why the suspect did what he did. Tacoma police are asking for help to find this man. So go check out the video, and if you recognize him, you're asked to call Tacoma Pierce County Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS.
Luke, thank you. It's 8:05.
When you push a crosswalk button in Seattle, it's not supposed to say this.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
Well, according to a video posted on Reddit, at least one did. The Seattle Department of Transportation confirms it's responded to at least 6 crosswalks with tampered buttons. No word yet who hacked in and changed the audio.
Firefighters responded to an apartment fire this morning on 3rd Avenue in downtown Seattle. Fire broke out inside an apartment on the 6th floor. Fire crews now reporting the fire is out. They are working on ventilation. Nobody was injured. The cause is under investigation.
As 3 10-year-old boys rode their bikes near the Linwood Golf Course Monday, a man grabbed one of their wrists. Police Commander Joe Dickinson says this was reported as an attempted abduction, but for now they're investigating it as an assault.
It's very concerning for someone to physically grab a hold of somebody, and so they were shaken up, but everyone's safe.
The suspect was last seen at the intersection of 73rd Avenue West and 202nd Street Southwest about 4:30 Monday afternoon.
Serious news, relaxed hosts. It's Seattle's morning news.
Well, we have made it to Friday Eve.
Friday Eve, indeed.
And a big weekend in front of us. Easter.
Yeah.
What are you having for Easter dinner, Amanda?
Well, I still have some planning to do, don't I?
Okay. So, taxes?
Taxes are done, and now I can start planning my Easter Sunday dinner.
Easter dinner for you, David?
Yeah, my father-in-law is he's making one of two things. He's either making a giant brisket.
Oh, yum.
Or manicotti. Both are going to be fantastic, but it's just
good.
up to him. Does he want to get up and smoke the brisket for 10 hours?
I hope he does.
Me too.
Yeah,
certainly.
all right. Sully, what's on the menu?
God, no
Pizza.
idea. There are 2 of us. All our
restaurant
families down in Portland.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe a Mexican restaurant. I don't know. Because most of the places I went last year when I went for food, I was like, oh yeah, everything's closed. It's Easter. Yeah. There you go.
Heather Bosch is here. What are you having?
Bowl of cereal.
Bowl of cereal. Okay.
I'm going to be fancy. I'm going to cut up some strawberries, maybe toss some blueberries on there, but that's a little over the top.
All right.
I can think about that. Yeah.
What kind of cereal?
Usually wheat checks.
Wheat checks. Okay.
Not too out of the box.
Hopefully it comes out of the box. Or are you eating it in the box?
I haven't decided.
Okay.
A chocolate egg on the side, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe some jelly. I don't
Jelly
know.
beans?
We'll see. We'll see how fancy I want to get.
Heather is here because there are some interesting things happening with this tariff discussion. Trump administration's shifting tariffs are really wreaking havoc on businesses' bottom lines, in some cases threatening their survival and the jobs they provide.
That's what a group of Western Washington business and industry leaders is saying, and Heather has more.
Yeah, businesses are given details of what it's like for them under these tariffs. Jeff Demir is COO of a Seattle-based company called Swaddle Designs.
Our brand is known for patented safe sleep products.
He says everything they sell is made in China, where they have a long-standing relationship with factories. The products they manufacture are now subject to the changing tariffs, as he explains.
Last month, we brought in a container with a value of about $200,000, and we had to pay an extra $20,000 to bring that in.
And then
this month, we're bringing in another container. That container will cost us an extra $40,000 because the China tariffs went from 10% to 20%.
But wait.
We have a container that's right now sitting in China. That container would cost us $300,000 of extra tariffs given the 145%.
So he says they're keeping that shipment in China, hoping that tariffs will come down at some point. As for manufacturing products here, he says it's not practical or cost effective.
There's just no way that we could ever bring production back.
So what about businesses that make their products in the U.S. with homegrown ingredients? Well, Molly Neitzel is CEO of Molly Moon's Homemade Ice Cream, a small Seattle-based chain, and she says,
I buy most of my ingredients locally, and I haven't thought that I would be all that impacted. What I didn't think about until my CFO came to me is spoons.
Molly Moons buys compostable spoons made from a manufacturer in China, and under the current tariffs,
The current structure will cost us about $240,000 this year. That's like almost half of my total anticipated profit for 2025.
And it's not just U.S. tariffs on imports causing challenges. Chris Stone is deputy director of the Washington State Wine Commission. It represents over 1,000 family-owned wineries and 400-plus farmers. He says the tariffs have drawn retaliation.
The best example would be Canada, our number one export market, which literally disappeared overnight.
In response to the U.S. tariffs, Canada has banned U.S. alcohol sales. That's a loss of $10 to $12 million in business for Washington vintners. Washington U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell points out she helped promote American wines in Canada.
I want you to know that I helped get British Columbia to put more Washington wine on their shelves.
She and Republican Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley have introduced the Trade Review Act, which they say would return most of the control over tariffs to Congress. President Trump insists his tariffs will boost manufacturing in the U.S., give the U.S. leverage to reduce tariffs that other countries place on American products they import, and force countries to stop fentanyl from entering the U.S. Of course, businesses say, yes, but at what cost?
Okay, I am a little speechless. How much did Molly Moons say that compostable spoons cost them now extra?
I think $250,000.
That's what I think I heard. $250,000
money. Yes,
for spoons.
I have a friend who works for a company that imports little pumps for cream that they make, and they're looking at it's also about cutting into about half of their profits as well.
Maybe I should start a business smuggling spoons.
Those numbers are staggering.
It is nuts.
Staggering. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of money.
Heather, thank you. That is really eye-opening. It's 8:12 here on Seattle's Morning News. And now let's take a look at the forecast, sponsored by State Roofing and Exteriors. It is really looking like a nice next couple of days. Highs in the low to mid-60s today. Low 70s tomorrow, especially in the South Sound. That's where Nick Allard is saying we might hit mid-70s. This weekend, though, mid-50s and cloudy, a chance of scattered showers both Saturday and Sunday. He says it won't be a washout, but just something to be aware of as you have Easter plans on Sunday. Right now in Seattle, it's sunny and 50 at 8:12.
And we head to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we're starting to get a little bit better on northbound I-5, working your way from Olympia through DuPont. With this long-term stall we had near Center Drive, really kind of did a number on the drive there. And so the backup is getting better from north to south. So right now it's just kind of centered right there around Marvin Road, from about the Cabela's up past the casino. And then you have a pretty good drive the rest of the way. It's about 50 minutes still from Olympia to Tacoma, so behind schedule by about 15 minutes. Then you have a pretty good drive the rest of the way on up to about the beginnings of Boeing Field. We still have about a 40-minute trip from South Center, and that puts us a little over an hour all the way from Federal Way. Renton to Bellevue, 45 minutes. The S-curves are really slow and active all the way up to 44th. Slight gap, and then you hit it again from Factoria into downtown Bellevue. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, still have the brake lights in the normal places right at the north end and out of Auburn. 28 to 30 minutes now out of Auburn, and still 50 all the way from the Puyallup area. Coming down from the north end, we still have about hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, but you really won't hit them until you're away from Linwood. And the Lake Bridges westbound are still doing really well, so that's great. Little sun glare. Eastbound 90 is a little heavy getting into the 405 corridor, but that's just the normal stuff we see merging. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
It's 8:14. Let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A former Sumner High School coach found guilty of sexually abusing 8 players will be sentenced today. Back in January, a court found Jake Jackson guilty on 19 counts of sexual abuse. KIRO 7 TV spoke with Jackson Cummins, one of the victims, who says he's relieved justice was served.
It just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Feels like I can start to take one step at a time forward and start moving on with my life.
Jackson is due in court in Pierce County at 9 this morning. The man accused of trying to kidnap a 16-year-old girl after she got off a bus in Bellevue will enter his plea today. 30-year-old Marvin Lopez Perez is accused of following the teen after she got off the bus and attacking her on March 28th. Police later found and arrested Perez in the same neighborhood. He's charged with attempted kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. He'll be in court later this hour.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:15.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, we have 10 days left in the current legislative session. A number of tax proposals on the table and ways to get them passed faster. Oh, and in the state legislature, this will have Sully's attention because they're talking about beer gardens,
Did you
too.
hear that, Sully? KIRO Newsradio.
I'm aware.
Matt Markovich has been keeping an eye on all the discussions in Olympia. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, and we're going to also talk about transportation, so Sully's going to be tuned in on this one for sure. Yeah, there is a move right now that I wrote about on mynorthwest.com about a rule change that the Democrats made yesterday to get their tax bills passed faster. So, like you said, there's only 10 days left in sine die, until sine die. That's the formal end of the 2025 legislative session. So lawmakers are basically ditching all our usual slowdown tactics and shifting into full speed mode. And one of the first rules to go is this 24-hour signature hold. And this rule change was passed by all the Democrats in the Senate yesterday by a voice vote, and it takes effect immediately today. Now, normally the Senate committee votes to forward a bill, and that decision has to sit for 24 hours. It's kind of like a built-in grace period meant to give lawmakers some time to finalize signatures, weigh their options, make any last-minute changes. It's kind of a legislative version of sleeping on a big decision, but not anymore. Senate Resolution 8654 changed what is known as Rule 45, the 24-hour hold rule, and it's officially waived. Now, Senate Majority Leader Jamie Peterson said the tax bills, some brand new ones that had their first committee hearing just yesterday, can't wait for 24 hours on this approval queue.
What we realized this year is that there's a potential gap for bills that are happening late in the session necessary to implement the budget.
Now, the fast-tracking move doesn't mean it's a quicker turnaround. It also doesn't just mean it's a quicker turnaround. It also opens up the floodgates of a final wave of legislation. Lawmakers now have a chance to push through proposals that might otherwise been stalled. But Senate Deputy Minority Leader Drew McEwen, a Republican from Mason County, voiced the Republican opposition, noting that Democrats have had plenty of time to introduce these tax bills.
105 days session is a long session. You have plenty of time to plan. Why we're having this rule change is because there's a lot of tax bills that are being heard later today that could have been introduced sooner. And frankly, giving the public more time to hear that. And to make the rule change now because it's been jammed is inappropriate and is a misuse of the rule change.
Matt, when I heard this story, I at first thought, oh, this is just that story you had yesterday about the changes in the House. But no, this is the Senate. So this is also a rule change.
Yeah, they're moving the goalposts in the Senate and also moving the goalposts in the House, like you just talked about. That was on Monday where they had a controversial rule change during a 5.5-hour debate over the Parent Bill of Rights. So back in January, House Democrats tweaked a bill that had been a rule that had been in existence for 132 years that required 2/3 of all House members present to end the debate on the floor. Now it takes just a simple majority, and that rule was invoked twice. So you have something going on in the House, changing the rules, and now you have something going on in the Senate to change the rules. And again, the Democrats pushed this against all Republican opposition, but they got their way because they're the party in power.
And, you know, I don't want to get too in the weeds. Why does this matter?
Because just what I said, it's an exercise of power by the Democrats, believing that they have all these tax bills. There's almost 10 of them in the queue right now on both the House and the Senate, where they have to pass these in the next 10 days to implement the budget. It's going to come right down to the 11th hour, and this 24-hour hold on the Senate could affect that.
The Senate did have a hearing on a half dozen tax bills yesterday, one that was resurrected to raise more money for transportation, and it may be at the expense of other things like education, right?
Yeah, that's not a new tax, Amanda, but it's a move that feels more like a giant game of financial musical chairs than traditional budgeting. Now, senators are considering a bill that would reroute state sales tax money to better fund green transportation efforts known as multimodal projects. They think of walkways, bike lanes, trains, mass transit, stuff that does not involve cars, but have been traditionally paid by the gas tax. Now, the state portion of the sales tax is 6.5%. The bill would move 0.1% of that tax, which could be hundreds of millions of dollars over the next several years, into these projects from the general fund to transportation. It's not a new tax, but it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. And Democratic Senator Marco Elias, he's from Everett, he's also the prime sponsor of this.
To make sure that we have healthy reserves for the operating budget, and the transportation budget has long-term sustainability as we shift a portion of the state sales tax. I think this demonstrates the way that the people of Washington work.
And Andrew Villeneuve, the executive director of the Northwest Progressive Institute, testified against the bill, arguing that taking the money out of the general fund, even if it's 0.1% of a sales tax, puts pressure on other public services, especially education.
So we're allocating future money that could be going to our schools, colleges, and universities and putting those dollars into transportation instead. Our team doesn't think that makes sense.
Okay, Matt, transportation question. Why do we have to pull money away from the general fund from the multimodal with all that giant boatload of CCA money that is supposed to earmarked for climate and multimodal related things? Why do they need to pull from that where's that money going?
Good. That's a great question, Chris. I don't have a good answer for you on that one.
Start digging.
They're going to raise the gas tax and pay for roads and maintenance. You'd think that even including the $1 billion that they're going to raise on this, raising the gas tax, could go to these projects. But no, they want to pull it from the sales tax from the general fund.
He just wanted to stump you so we could move on to beer gardens.
Yeah, I thought you'd want to get to that.
I want to slow the roll on taxes and get to the important stuff.
So what is the deal with this? They're looking at eliminating beer gardens?
Well, in a way, traditionally, if you want to sip a beer at a public event, you're stuck in a fenced-off area, the classic beer garden. But under this new law, that's basically going to become law because the Senate passed it yesterday, gave a final thumbs up to House Bill 1515. Those fences are going to come down, sometimes literally. So from now till December 31st in 2027, cities and counties can work with the State Liquor and Cannabis Board to create larger shared alcohol areas during events. And these can span across businesses, streets, even entire public campuses like Seattle Center. And think of these street fairs, this is where you can grab a drink and roam around like you're in Vegas, but you have more IPAs than fewer Elvis impersonators there. The bill applies to the usual suspects: breweries, wineries, taverns, distilleries, and restaurants. Special caterers and nonprofits get a boost too. Now,
this sounds like good news.
I know.
Out of Olympia? What?
But it only applies to cities with a population over 220,000. Can you take a guess?
On the west side of the Cascades. Yeah. Really.
No. There's 3 of them. It's Seattle, Spokane and Tacoma.
Tacoma, yeah.
Yeah. And so why are cities pushing for this? And why is there a December 31st, 2027 cutoff?
Why, Matt?
Think of sports, international sports.
World Cup.
Large-scale events. Soccer. There you go.
So they're going to give it to us and take it away in 2027?
That's right.
That's garbage. Ugh.
How do you really feel?
So it's good news for a while.
Yeah.
I think Sully's going to riot.
I'll sign in opposed, but it's already too late.
Yeah, it's too late. It's going to happen. It had some dissent, but there was enough votes on both sides of the aisle that Governor Ferguson is going to sign this, and because it ends in 2027.
Matt, thank you. You've got Sully feeling mixed emotions right now, so we always appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Matt. It's 8:23, and you are at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, clear-eyed and sober, keeping an eye on the roads for us.
So you can get your Fremont experience on, but do it quickly because it's only lasts for 18 months. Okay, checking out the drive now. We are definitely seeing major improvement on northbound I-5 out of Lacey up through DuPont, where we had a long-term stalled semi. The travel time, about 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. The heaviest part of that drive is kind of approaching the Cabela's, kind of as you go up the hill, and then after that, it's not too bad the rest of the way on up, and Pierce County is cleared out nicely. Federal Way to Seattle, you really don't hit the brakes much at all until you're up to about the beginnings of Boeing Field. Still an hour drive, though, because 40 of those minutes are from South Center. Northbound 405, about 45 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. It's become kind of average these days. Back in the old days, like 3 months ago, it used to only be like 40 minutes, but 45 to 50 has become normal at 405. Behind that, we're back under 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Out of the north end, we're back under an hour, but not by much from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The brake lights away from Linwood. For 405, they really kind of go away once you're south of 522, but I-5 sees the daily stuff through the U District across the Ship Canal Bridge. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Beautiful morning, sunshine and 43 right now. We're headed for a high of 66 into the low 70s for your Good Friday tomorrow.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Fiber on decking is now available at Dunn Lumber, your deck headquarters.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to do it, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway, and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or getroofsmart.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:30 on this Thursday. Someone has been hacking into crosswalk push buttons across Seattle.
And the Seattle Department of Transportation says they've been altered to play fake audio messages from Jeff Bezos. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
So normally when you push a crosswalk button, what do you hear? You hear the wait.
Wait.
Yeah, I just really wanted Charlie to say it on air. So at these crosswalks, though, this was the first thing you heard.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bezos. This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime.
I say was because all 6 crosswalks were hacked, and now they've been fixed. They were in Seattle's Capitol Hill District and South Lake Union, right there on the Amazon campus. Needless to say, these were fake recordings, AI generated. Here's some more from fake Bezos.
This crosswalk is sponsored by Amazon Prime with an important message. Please don't tax the rich. Otherwise, all the other billionaires will move to Florida, too.
Yeah, they're pretty good, aren't they? The Seattle Department of Transportation is pretty angry about this. They told GeekWire, crosswalks play a critical role for people who are blind and have limited vision. So SDOT is now taking steps to beef up security to prevent hackers from doing this again. But it did happen again days ago in Silicon Valley using fake voices from Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. So let's listen to fake Elon and what Elon said in Palo Alto.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. They say money can't buy happiness. And yeah, okay, I guess that's true. God knows I've tried. But it can buy a Cybertruck, and that's pretty sick, right?
That is pretty sick.
Pretty sick, right?
No word who did it. No one's claiming it, but fun to listen to. But it is serious, but still fun to listen to.
Well, and listeners are just texting us. Apparently instructions on how to do this have been posted online.
Nice.
Just watch out, everybody.
Stories for days.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, Real ID is just 3 weeks away now. And if you have a state-issued enhanced driver's license by May 7th, getting on a plane, if you don't have one of those, getting on a plane will be very difficult, if not impossible. TSA, CTAC administrators, and staff from the State Department of Licensing, they held a news conference as a reminder the deadline is near. Lori Dankers with the TSA says you don't need to panic here.
Even if you can't get a Real ID and enhanced driver's license by May 7th, don't let that deter you. Do it ahead of your next trip. Even if you don't have plans for that trip, now is the time to make that happen.
There are alternative acceptable forms of ID, like a passport. You can find that full list at the TSA website.
More speed zone cameras may be going up in Seattle. Right now, there are cams outside 19 schools. There's a proposal to put them near 19 more schools and also to put up other cameras in non-school zones. Councilmember Rob Saka chairs the city's transportation committee.
This technology is a vital tool among a broader set of tools in the toolkit that, when responsibly deployed, can help address unlawful behavior in and around our roads.
Some people, including Saka, have raised fairness and privacy concerns. Tickets outside a school zone could cost you $145, up to $290 inside a school zone. The committee is expected to vote on this proposal May 6th.
It's 8:33. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now. Sully's watching the roads.
And we are struggling out of the Lacey area after a long-term crash up in DuPont. So it's still taking you about 45 minutes to go from Olympia into Tacoma. That's about 10 minutes slower than you probably expected as you got onto the freeway this morning. The further north you go, the better it gets. And then Tacoma and Pierce County in general is pretty quiet. And Federal Way to Seattle is only running an hour with 40 of those minutes from South Center. So that tells you it's a pretty clean drive all the way up until you get to the middle of Boeing Field. Now, the Renton to Bellevue drive has added 5 more minutes. We're up to 50 minutes now between Renton and Bellevue, and that's kind of become standard. It's about 5 minutes slower than the average, but you have brake lights through the S-curves and then more over the top of I-90 working into Bellevue. But behind that, the Valley Freeway actually looks okay. We're back under 25 minutes from Auburn and under 45 from Puyallup. We are picking up a little late slowing on eastbound 16 past Cheney Stadium, but that's really about it. Out of the north end, we still have about hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. There's heavy brake lights there through Linwood and I-5. They continue down through the U District. For 405, it kind of thins out all the way down into Bellevue. The Lake Ridges are great. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Through April, Lake Washington Windows is paying your sales tax, plus giving you 18 months to pay. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
It is a lovely morning. We've warmed up to 46 in the sunshine right now. We're going to warm up to 66 by afternoon for tomorrow, Good Friday. Sunshine into the low 70s, mid 70s in the south end. And then here come the showers on Saturday morning. Easter Sunday, some rain by afternoon, and 55.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's Holy Week for Christians, and today is Maundy Thursday. This is the day that marks when Jesus washed his disciples' feet and shared the Last Supper.
Well, here in Seattle, that spirit of humility and service is alive on the streets. Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out again today. They bring food, blankets, maybe just as important, dignity and hope.
Darren Caves leads those teams. He's the director of outreach at Union Gospel Mission, and he joins us in studio. Thanks for being here today, Darren.
Thank you, Charlie.
What are your teams out doing today? This is kind of a special week for you.
It sure is. Yeah, this is today. Seattle Union Gospel Mission search and rescue teams are out distributing Easter baskets, and they're filled with the essential items of hygiene, snacks, water, blankets, and a special note that invites them to our Easter dinner that's going to be on Sunday.
We have 14,000, give or take, people who live on the streets in Seattle. Many are dealing with addiction. A lot of people just have no place to go. So how do you balance that, the need for a hot meal and a blanket, but also that long-term work you do, which is getting people into recovery or housing? It starts with you.
That's right. Yeah, we just take it one by one. We're strategic in our approach, how we go throughout King County and be able to try to serve as many as we can. But at the same time, too, every person is unique. Every situation that they're in is somewhat complex. But our team goes out there and loves on them as much as they can and try to be able to offer the services that we have, and especially our addiction recovery program.
They go out there. This is not an easy job. They go out in the community. They meet these people. They remember their names. They listen to their stories and really get to understand how they ended up on the streets. Can you give us a particular story about how that connection can really make a difference?
Yeah, actually, I would say I would go back to one of our staff members, in all honesty. Josh is his name. He was out on the streets. We faithfully went out and served him, were able to connect with him, got him to our addiction recovery program. He went through the program, graduated, later on became a staff member. And that's just one story, right? And there's just countless. Fortunately, the good thing is that we have a 73% successful rate within our program. And that's just because of the approach that we take, being just consistent, being faithful out there, and being able to build those relationships with folks.
Did you say 73? That's impressive.
Yeah. And that's hard work through just really focusing on our case management approach and just building that trust with people. And just kudos to the entire mission and our team and being able to reach folks and where they're at.
We're speaking with Darren Caves from Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Yours is one of the few programs out there in Seattle that prioritizes getting people into addiction recovery instead of having a low barrier. Talk to me why you find that is more successful, to talk to somebody right off the bat about getting into rehab, getting into detox.
Yeah. It's, one thing, it's free for one, right? And far as we're right there with the folks, as far as, especially with some of the people that I have on my team also that have been through the program. They understand what it is to be able to live on the streets and to actively say yes. And so we believe strongly that you meet them where they're at, right? And through that wonderful relationship that we're faithfully out there building with them and trying to connect with them and learn their story, they eventually say yes because of the faithfulness that we've been out in all elements of all year long. And through our program, I think that's the aspect of it. It's yes, it is free. It's when we get them in the door, our team is just united to be able to help them in the individual steps that they need to take from legal, to obviously addiction, to family matters. I mean, the whole gamut. It's a real united family approach. Same time too, it's their success in being able to get them to a healthy life.
Darren, I live in the city. I love this city. I love the people in the city. May I come along with you sometime?
Please. Yeah, I would love that. That'd be great. Yeah.
Darren Caves with Seattle's Union Gospel Mission. Darren, thank you.
Thank you.
It's 8:40. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're still working with the heavy brake lights on northbound I-5 getting out of Lacey, so we'll talk about them coming up next.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Trident Sun.
The Mariners have a great slate of special events and marquee matchups all season long. Bring mom to the ballpark for Mother's Day weekend, May 9th to 11th, including a clear purse giveaway Sunday the 11th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then don't miss a star-studded showdown against the Yankees May 12th to 14th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. A question we get asked a lot this time of year is, how do the hens stay warm when it's so cold out? Of course, we have nice barns to protect them from the rain, wind, and snow. But also, their feathers are like a down jacket, and if they need additional warmth, they will often snuggle together. And for those very cold days, we have heaters to keep them comfortable and happily laying eggs. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability, making it possible for our family to keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Pick up Wilcox eggs at Costco, Marlene's, and Hagen's. And for a healthy snack on the go, grab some ready-to-eat, pre-peeled, hard-boiled eggs in a convenient to-go 2-pack. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
8:43 over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk we go with Sully.
And we're still rolling about 10 minutes behind schedule on northbound I-5 as you work your way out of Lacey, primarily right there past Marvin Road because of an earlier long-term stall we had up near DuPont at Center Drive. It's long gone, but the travel time's still about 45 minutes to get you up into Tacoma, and it's all just right there. I mean, once you're down through Nisqually, it's going to be a pretty decent drive the rest of the way on up. Tacoma's quiet. Pierce County is thinned out really nicely. The Federal Way to South Center Drive is only running like 15 minutes, which is really good. But you do have 42 minutes from South Center, so that still puts you up close to the hour range on that overall drive. The Valley Freeway is really getting better through Auburn. Still heavy at the north end, but all in all, 43 minutes from Puyallup's a pretty good travel time. But then Renton to Bellevue, man, just misbehaving. 50-minute trip for you guys today, and that's just volume. A lot of it right there at the 405 interchange with all the people trying to work their way into Bellevue. Across the lake, though, we're still doing really well. Out of the north end, the I-5 corridor looks pretty good past the Alderwood Mall heading south until you get to about Ravenna, and then you're going to hit the brake lights there past 85th down and through the U District. So it's still about an hour from Everett into Seattle. For Bellevue, it's all just kind of centered there from Canyon Park down through Bothell, and that's enough to make it an hour drive down into Bellevue out of Everett. But once you're south of 522, it's a pretty good day. This report brought to you by the Harnish Auto family. For over 40 years, the Harnish Auto family has built a stellar reputation built on trust, respect, and great deals. Find your next car at harnishautofamily.com. Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
Well, the weather is sure nice. Sunshine, 66 for today. A little bit warmer tomorrow, into the low 70s in the sunshine. Then we'll see some showers roll in. Night in the day on Saturday. Might see some showers on Easter Sunday as well. Right now, sunny and 46 in Seattle.
At 8:45, we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gashard.
A man is in jail after threatening 3 teenage girls near Alki Beach. Seattle police say the 30-year-old shouted and waved a knife around 6 yesterday morning. The girls got away and a witness stepped in. Officers later found the man and recovered the knife. He's facing charges of malicious harassment. The Thurston County Sheriff's Office is buying more grapplers.
Radio County 1, good grapple, making commands. Great job.
The device is fitted onto the front bumper of patrol vehicles. It shoots a net that wraps around a car's tire, forcing it to a stop. The Olympian reports on Tuesday, Thurston County Commission approved the purchase of 2 grappler units and 17 nets for $20,000. Sheriff Derek Sanders says his office has had 5 captures with the grapplers.
And they look like they're James Bond devices. I'm not sure if you've seen the videos of these or not.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty intense.
It is. All right. Well, coming up, speaking of intense, G. Scott is going to swing by.
Yeah, swing by. I get what I see what you did there.
We're talking about the Mariners in this hot streak from Cal Raleigh. That's on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
At Kia of Everett, leasing your new Kia is simple, easy, and fun. Now through April 30th, lease a 2025 Kia Niro EV Wind for just $69 a month for 24 months, with $39.99 due at signing.
Lease payment on approved credit with Kia Finance America, plus tax after $9,500 Kia Finance America 24-month lease cash and Kia of Everett discount of $32.71. Quoted payment is before monthly sales tax and fees. Select vehicles only, subject to prior sale. See dealer for full details.
The best drive you'll ever take is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
The 1-2 to Cal. Swung on, blasted left field. This is hit well. It is back. It is on its way, and it is gone.
Cal Raleigh.
Bye, baseball.
Hey,
again.
He is on fire.
Twice
Scott
yesterday.
is here.
Yeah.
G and Ursula show coming up 9 to noon.
You know it.
This is amazing watching Cal.
It has been absolutely amazing. And by the way, real quick, I want to cover this. Every morning I listen to you guys. I am a P1. I listen all the time. I don't have to just because this is my station, but I do because I love everything you guys do. I heard Sully say something this morning. I heard you guys talking about me.
Here we go.
And Sully said, well, 2019 G is one thing. And 2025 G is another. Let me tell y'all something. Yes. Here's what my life is about. Smoking meat on the smoker.
Mm-hmm. We heard.
Watching Mariner baseball and watching World War II documentaries. You know what I mean? And so what I mean by that is right now, my damn life is good. The Mariners are showing up every single day. Cal Raleigh, 5 home runs in 5 games. Sure, he's got the blue pill of bats, but other than that...
Also known as the new torpedo bats.
Oh, yeah, that's right, man. I'm sorry. Let me get professional. They're called torpedo bats right now. And I was there when he has hit... Let me tell y'all something. The way Cal Raleigh's hitting the ball, even when he doesn't hit a home run, even if he hits a foul ball, it's like, oh, Lord, that came off pretty hard. So, life is good. The Mariners are good. Matter of fact, they're getting ready to play right now.
Yeah. Breakfast baseball.
In Cincinnati. Breakfast baseball for here to Pacific. By the way, I've never heard that before. That's pretty good.
Oh, best time of day for a baseball game.
Well done. So, again, I don't know if you guys are jumping on the bandwagon right now like me, but the Mariners, when they come back to town, it'll be time for the Marlins when they come here. But right now, they're on the road, baby. They're Cincinnati they got today.
Okay, what do you think of the torpedo bat, G? Is that going to be in MLB next year?
I told you guys before, I love it.
Yeah.
I think baseball needs them. Everybody needs to have a torpedo bat. They call them technically legal, right? And I think that is great. I hope if more people don't start using them, then I have a feeling at the end of the season they're going to be like, nah, we can't do this anymore. Because right now, Cal Raleigh is on pace for 63 home runs, y'all. I mean, like,
that's crazy.
And the thing is about baseball is this. There's some people that's probably listening to me talk and be like, I don't care about baseball. Okay, I get it. Baseball needs more home runs.
Yeah. True.
If you go back to 1998, in 1998, what was going on? Well, you had the home run battle with Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. Even if you didn't like baseball, every day you wanted to know, did they hit a home run? Did they hit a home run? Home runs in baseball. Why did you love Ken Griffey Jr.? It wasn't because of his personality.
The smile was decent.
That's it. But other than that, he hit the home run. Like I ain't never met anybody that's like, you know what? Ken Griffey and his personality is so great. Not one time. But you loved his hat backwards and you loved him hitting the home run.
He had swagger.
Yeah.
And, sports evolve. Sports change. I mean, watch an NFL game from the 1960s compared to today, it's different. We change.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Listening to you say that he had swagger while looking like a King County Metro bus driver, it really hit. Because right now, Charlie, you look like a Metro bus driver right now.
I'm going to have to side with G here maybe a little.
We're going to have to get some transit enforcement officers in here. You deserve a ticket, good sir.
Excuse me, I need to get off on the stop.
You're not getting a transfer. Not getting a transfer this time, mister. Bub.
Did you wear that on purpose?
Oh, my goodness.
You look like King County Metro.
By the way, first pitch 9:40 on our sister station 710 Seattle Sports.
We head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Not nice.
I just proudly wear my KIRO swag, and this is what I get. You can see this on the video feed, by the way, if you're wondering what the heck he's talking about.
If you go to the video feed, take a screenshot, and make sure you hashtag Seattle's Morning News. He looks like a King County Metro bus driver.
But a really nice one.
Last time you see old Chuck wearing this. I hope you're happy, G. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we are still working with about a 45 to 50-minute trip from Olympia to Tacoma after that long-term stall in DuPont. Heavy brake lights in Lacey, plus a little bit now in South Tacoma. So we have some work to do there. Most of Pierce County, though, has gotten better with exception for that little spot around 72nd to 56th. And then Federal Way to Seattle's down to 55 minutes. 35 of those minutes are out of South Center. So we picked up the pace there. We picked up the pace from Renton to Bellevue. It's also about 40 minutes, so that's not too bad. Valley Freeway going the other way, though, 25 minutes out of Auburn. Coming down from the north end, we're finally back well under an hour now from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $6,000 in rebates, plus save 10% on heat pumps through April. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
I've noticed a trend on my 9th day here.
Yeah.
Every time G leaves, my face hurts because I have laughed so hard.
And this is the first time I think the wheels have totally come off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I think you look great, by the way. Sunshine, 66 the high for
said.
today. Into the low 70s for tomorrow. It's sunny and 46 right now.
You're listening to Seattle's Morning News. This is KIRO Newsradio. G and Ursula Show coming up next. It's 8:55.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal